Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are 15 minutes till market open, so we'll start our countdown. The chat is back now for Reddit, so you can enjoy the stream of AIDS and everyone going apeshit. Yeah, and it's back on the main page as well. That way you don't have to have multiple screens open. So I finally got it to stop screwing around. I think it should be good now. Yep. So I'll go over the pre-market in probably um, 5-6 minutes or so. Wager is going to update us on the news, which is good. Um, but yeah, there's not much to cover. The pre-market overnight wasn't too impressive, so not much to go on. So I'll just mute myself here, and then I'll come back in about 5. All right, let's get warmed up. 10 minutes too. So I'm looking at AMC over the long run here. We can see the pre-market and that on the side there. So actually pretty decent pre-market. The spreads are nice and tight. So it looks like let's get closer. Yeah, so it looks like it's healthy trading. Excuse me. Um, I'm gonna say we're gonna probably have to pay for that, just because we had a bit of a run up. So we probably are gonna have a heavy sell. They'll bring us into the 13 wherevers. We can use the retraction box to, oh, people are buying in. So if we say we go back to close, then we're looking at 1370, 80, 90, or 14 itself, depending on how high we go up. This will change. But yeah, I think we'll get a bit of a sell-off, if not immediately. It'll be real shortly, just as people want to lock in the profit. But it should be immediate just because of we've gone up overnight, so the overnight people want to lock in before they lose anything. And after which, either way, as long as we don't go, past 13 on a sell-off, which I highly doubt, then we'll just quickly rebound, and probably that will either turn into our dip or we'll take off. But we're looking pretty good on the pre-market. I don't regret selling overnight. It was a calculated move. But yeah, the extra 5% would have been nice. But I have a funny feeling it's going to probably end up being 2 or 3% in a short amount of time. We'll probably go back down to 1391 here. So 1389, and we'll either get pulled to 1380 or pulled to 1399, since that's almost the 5% mark if we measure from here. And we don't want to be at the 5% mark. So not bad. And so if we go look at the overall, we do have to pay for this. It may not be today, but it could be like this. We don't pay for it for a bit, and then there's a little bit of a sell-off. This one, it was under and came back. It's more of a rebound, but when it came back, it flew up, and it's like you gotta lock in those profits. Well, you don't have to, but people want to, right? So then this guy here had started off with half, bounced back up to 75, then finished off at 25. So yeah, he basically followed that chart to a T. So I'm expecting that kind of turbulence. We also talked about yesterday that this could be the flat before the liftoff, which is maybe what we're seeing. Or we could be going like flat and the liftoff will be later in the day. So we don't know, but I'm hoping this is the liftoff before. There's some FOMO going on here, but I think the volume kicked up. But I think we'll see this retract severely, especially if it's flying up like it is. But yeah, so buy in position, you could set some limits at like 14, 30, 90, whatever. And then when it crashes down, get in and then sell on the rebound if you can day trade. Or just take on a position on the first red or within the first hour. If we go over this number, so we're going to go down, but if we end up going over this number, then just stay in, because then the market we should go off on a roaring, we're high, we're going to go higher. But remember the risk. We're in the clouds, so we're looking at a potential, and it could happen overnight. We're looking at a potential 8% reduction, something like that, or from peak. If you buy at peak, you're looking at 13%, 9%, an immediate 6%. So just keep those numbers in mind. So when we're looking at this chart and we're currently 5 up, 6% would bring us back here. So 1330 might be the lowest we would go if there was a severe retraction. So yeah. Normally here, if I was very pessimistic, yeah, I would set a really tight stop loss to get out. So like 1410, 1420 is good. Well, might be too tight because it's going to do red. It's probably going to go to 1407, but the question is it going to go further down? So you don't want it too close because it's going to go bing, bing, take off, and you'll be kicked out. But realistically, you got plenty of time. Who cares if you lose a percent or two when you save yourself a 6% downswing? I didn't get 5% overnight. Tough tits. It's I pick safety over money. In this case, I could have risked it. Probably was smarter to risk it, but you never know. I think we're overdue for a decline. So I was expecting perhaps this or low or flat, but evidently it lifted up on low trading overnight, and now in the morning it's being lifted up by high volume or higher volume. But yeah, we'll see how this plays out. We'll be ready nonetheless. All right, so we got 3 minutes on the clock. Yeah, so you're quoting a sister stock, and it's probably over the counter, or it just mirrors this stock here for the European market. So it's not the same stock, but basically it mirrors the motions, because if this stock goes up, then that stock which mirrors it should be more valuable, and it will go up as well. Yeah. Okay, 2 minutes until some D-Day action here. So we'll keep this chart up. But yeah, I'd give it a good buy if it's under 1390. But it depends on how fast we go down. So we'll see in a minute. Okay, I'm gonna load up my brokerage and let's rock and or the rolls. Agreed. All right, flipping over to party time. We still have a minute actually. I got. Okay. I will set up a buy order for 4,000 shares. Okay. 30 seconds, as they say in D-Day or Operation Market Garden. 30 seconds to jump. So let's get this party started. 10 seconds to jump. 9, 8, 5. Here we go. Market's open. Yeah, we're gonna have a huge sell. Come on. Yeah. Okay, the sell's being tempered, but it's, yeah, see there, 25. Okay, now is it gonna keep going? So it's on track right now. This is all the people just dumping their money in. Let's take a look at the volume. Volume is half of yesterday. So all right, we should have at least 2 more minutes of red. Look at that volume come in. Yeah. Yeah, so this is still low volume, and then the sellers will kick in and destroy this. Don't worry about buying. The sell volume's like 5 times the buy volume. This is going to be FOMO. And here comes the sellers. I'd say it's 50-50 if I should be buying right now. The buyers are clearly in strength, and the sellers were just letting them. Yeah. That's what I thought. I was like, the sellers gave up, and I was like, that's odd. I know the sellers are like twice to 3 times stronger, so they just stepped out of the way and let the buyers go, and now they're striking for profit. That's what that was. Because I was like, where the hell did the sellers go? Why aren't they fighting back? Well, here it is. Yeah, this is what I was waiting for. So they just let them go, waste their money. Noobs. And it looks like GME, same thing. They surged up, and it's going back into the trash bin. There we go. So this is why a lesson of why you don't buy on open. Or you got to be really fast. Okay, that's a good pushback, but odd time to push back. The pushback should have been at 5. So we probably are going to keep falling because these people want to lock in their money. Oh, if you're looking for a sell point, sorry, I didn't know that was directed at me. I would probably say at the top of one of these greens, just because we're going to go down for a little bit more to 1400. Sorry, 14, more than likely. And then we'll have our takeoff. We still have to do our dip, right? So we're just a little too excited. Yeah, they're a little too excited. What's the volume? Volume's low. this is decent. But yeah, it's starting to slow down. All right. So using our handy dandy graph, which we can actually adjust here, we should be going to 05 now, or back to 38. Right in the shitter. Yep, into the trash bin you go. So 104 is, or 204 is going to be the number for today. We're trying to survive. This is all of our exuberance minus trash can Olympics here. Oh, goodbye, GME. Fare thee well. Crashing like this on open is really bad. Basically means your buyers have no stomach, and the best buy period is the early morning, which is basically there, and then coming up. So if you're doing a heavy drop, it means your buyers have just stepped away. So that does not set the tone good for the rest of the day. This green kind of makes it a little bit better. If that green was not there, then it would just be like off the screen going. Everyone would sell. Suckers. Oh well. Well, if you're going to do one buy, then just wait. Oh, we're not done falling yet. We're getting close. You can see it's starting to build a bottom. But it's basically this is going to weigh us down. So now that it's not weighing us down, see all the people get psychotic and jump back in, but it's all stupid. The sellers are strong, so the sellers are going to just take this profit and do red. They're just doing really quick swings. Yeah, see? Someone's like, haha, I just made 2% or 1% sold, right? Like that was literally a percent. He probably got in here and said auto sell at 1%, which is right there. And then he made that mark and then he walks away with a cool 1%. Yeah. And then the rest of the people grab their profit afterwards because they're slow. Yeah, no, this needs we need a wider dip. Yeah, about 4 minutes worth. This is a little too bit fast. Okay, get us back down to here. Come on. There we go. So we should stop at around 1403. Stopped a little early. So it's going to go back to 25. Then we'll see another red. Or is it going to continue? Yeah, okay. So then this one will go down to 1403. Oh, figure out what you're doing. Okay, it doesn't know. You're either going to go up or you're going to go down. Pick one. Holy crap. So we want to fall and GME's pushing us up now. Okay, so that's going to be a support line. There we go. And then we need basically to bridge this gap. So it's going to be huge. Because see, we don't want to be at 5. So it's we're going to come back quickly or we're going to fly. So now we're getting a little bit dangerous because the next jump is going to be big. And I don't think we have any support here, do we? No. So this is all open country. We could probably get thrown down to 75 easy. Yeah, so yeah, now that we're playing right at the line, see how it's pushing back from 5, it didn't want to be there. So let's see how it plays out. And then if we get back down to yesterday's open, then that's a perfect buy-in. There might be a lower point in the day, but for the most part, I think all the buyers are going to kick in. after this is over. Although we just have to play it by ear in case GME goes like full nuclear. Um, but we'll see. So even though we're working on the macro here from overnight, there is a micro here as well. So if this is 100%, we just did 75 right here. If it goes over this red, it will try to break out. But because we're negative, we're going to probably pull back to 50, which is here. And then we're going to get pushed back up to 30, or no, 61. Yeah, I could show you that for those who are new to this channel. So here. So this is going on right now. So it's 25 if you look at it this way, but if we do it this way, because I always draw it wrong. So here. So right now we're on the 75 line. And then this is probably, yeah, let's just use these guys. Because technically it's this guy here. Yeah, so see how it like perfectly lines up with this? So we're basically batting on the 75, but this green goes further, so it's like, I want to use, I guess, this guy. So they're not going to line up perfectly. So, yeah. So then this will go, see, to 5, then we'll get pushed right by 5, or we'll go back. Now that it's slowing down, we might go back up. Generally won't stay here. Okay. Pick one. There it goes. Yeah. So, and this is probably the thing I use the most. I just do it in my head. I don't have to draw little boxes, but the boxes are good for helping you guys see it. Yeah. So what this is telling us is now we're near the bottom. So if there's a chance for a reversal, that would make an S. But because I believe it's negative, now we've broken the 0.25. So we're just going to go straight down to 0. But the closer you get to the bottom, the more support there is to go up. And the closer you are to the top, the more support there is to go down. But you have to kind of gauge the macro. And so in the macro, we're still trading at the top. So we're still got the sentiment to go down, which we know because we currently can see it. So you have to weigh it out. And then so we're going to punch through the bottom of this. And it's not a matter of if, but when. Unless something miraculous happens. And you can see here too the problem of when you get too low, because it doesn't want to go to 5. It either has to do small to the 3. So this is going to probably get pushed back, or it's got to be a massive green. So that's the problem with depending on where they're positioned. They can't just fly up like they could, if the volume kicks up, but all things staying the same, you have to do an incremental step so you can jump over the 5. And technically we can shrink this now to here because currently it's waging a war with this stick here. Oh, come back here. So it's trying to get over this top here. Yeah. So we're too close to the 5. I mean, it's a difference of a penny, but, we're waging a war here. Oh. Oh, let's get that out of the way so you can see. So how's GME doing? Still sinking into the shits? Oh, I was like, wow, I clicked the wrong one. Yeah, okay. Uh, yeah, so it's a good pushback. What's the volume on that? That's sizable. It's volume sub million. Oof. I think GME's been abandoned. Rip. That's not a good sign. Less than a half a mil, not even half a million on open. Oh, and they have 58 during the day. So what? How many minutes are in a day or a trading period? I don't think they're making this back. That's not good. Oh yes, everyone's just holding GME. Just wait for the massive sell-off. That which loses steam going up can only go down. And of course, everyone's a diamond-handed holder until they see all their money disappear. Oh, yeah. Diamond hands are forever, and it's a good skill to have, but you have to weigh the fact that GME is a dead horse. So eventually reality's going to kick in. You can Google that. I think they do, but I think they're in at like incredibly low levels and they're like debt holders. Yeah, that's good. No, GME is a great vehicle to make money. I just lately its time is getting thin. So the risk of another big crash is looming on the horizon. I might buy some GME if it ever gets down to 50 again, because you know they're going to try again, right? Sometime. And I can just wait a year or two, right? And oh, I lose 50%, because it goes back to 20, you know. Unless they go, I just won't put so much because if they go bankrupt, well, then I lose everything. But maybe. Yeah, so we're just running our course here. There we go. So now we've had a technical breakout, if you will. Ooh, buyers push that one back. Oh, they're trying. See, that's all. It takes a lot of energy to completely stop that red going down, and then they push it almost all the way back. But then they're going to hit 5, and 5 is not where it wants to be. So then that's working against them. If they don't have enough energy, it'll collapse on itself. So it was a good try on the buyer's sake, but it's not. That was poorly timed. Yeah, so there's round 2. See, we're too close to 5, so it's like, okay, I got to get through. And then it got away from itself, too much energy. Now it's going to get pushed back down, or it's going to stop here, depending on who's stronger. If we sit here for too long, then the green might grow to the 7.5 if it's positive, or it will go back to 0.5 or further down if it's negative sentiment. There's a difference between what the buyers want right now and what the market as a whole is going to allow. So it looks like the buyers are going to win this round, and then we're going to see the sellers react. Are they going to just nuke it and take their profits? If so, then this is a dead cat. And essentially it's just a bump on the way down. But it's hard to tell what's going on here. This should be a big red. But are we going to get it? So now that the sellers are not as powerful as they seem to be. This is signaling that the sellers are relaxing and that we're going to start our uptrend soon. Whether or not now, I don't know, but soon. Yeah. Which this is just flirting with a technical breakout, which will happen at 1427. And then we'll have a huge green and it'll start running. But I don't think we're out of the woods yet, just partly due to GME. So we'll see. So we're still just battling it out on this chart. Where's the top of this? Right here. No, I'm not in yet. I'm just waiting for this to finish. Ooh, blood red across the market. I did not notice these are all red. Ooh, there's blood in the water. Let's see how that affects us. That's a good sign. Oh, it's very tempting. That's like a classic breakout shape. Going up, a little bit down, get your energy back, buyers come in force. And it's getting really close to a technical breakout, but shit, everything else is red. We're really going to go for a run this early in the day when everything is dying? Oh, it is trying, but the overall market says it shouldn't. If that goes any higher, oh shit, it's gonna run away, isn't it? Come on, get a giant sell in here. Bring us back down to reality. Shit, here it goes. I'm gonna have to buy back in. If this is not huge, this better be huge. I don't want to buy back in because we're just at the peak, but there's a good chance she'll go for a long run if this is not a big red. Yeah, a little bit bigger. Has to be big enough to stop the upwards trend. This will not stop it. You got 21 seconds. Come on, red. Just bring us back to reality so we can have a healthy run. Yeah, I'm going to probably go all in as well. If I don't see this one red. Come on. There we go. That's enough to stop it now. Now, you can't let the fear of missing out cloud your judgments. But the chart says it's going to fly off the handle. Like, look at the buyers just dropping the stimmy. This is what I wanted yesterday. This kind of energy. But I guess, I don't know. People just didn't want to gamble yesterday. But you can definitely see the retail investor in here just all of a sudden turnaround, turnaround. It's always a turnaround. And it's like, normally we go low and up and down and up. It's not down, 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 to up, up, down, up, down, up, down. Like it's clearly people trying to buy dips, but the overall market is trying to pull us down. So they're going to run out of gas, and when they run out of gas, this is going to go kakunk. But it does look like it's going to take off. Everything else says though, oops. Everything else says that it's going to go down though. Yeah, I don't like it. This might be a good buy period for someone else. I don't like it though. This is a technical breakout. So it hit a certain point, so we're going to go for a little bit of a run. This is going to show us how much we can run. And it looks like not that well. Like we crushed the first technical breakout. They go for a round 2, and we'll see if this one gets crushed. You might get it. Volume is reasonable. It's still 50-50. The buyers are just dumping money, but they're not actually that much volume. So basically the sellers, I guess, are not, well, that one actually had a bit of volume, but I guess the sellers are not holding them back. So they're just letting them finish the run before they pull. But this is going to go into a technical breakout if it hits 1452. And then we're going to probably have a reasonable downturn. Well, I'll get my thing charged up. Yeah. So it's still plummeting. Oh, we're past the bad line. Let's see what happens after this now. Good, good, decent, and garbage. Yeah, and that's your retraction. So like this little chart here, right? It's the same thing. So if we measure from the bottom and we go to the top of this guy, which is here, so we'll stop on one of these lines. But right now, we got to pay for this big guy. So that's what we're doing right now. So we're going to go here, and then we'll have another green to bring us up into here, or we'll plummet down to there. Or potentially, if we're measuring from here, we're just at this line right now. So then, since we're not at the 5, there'll be less push up. But there's a square here, and there's a square here. Like you can keep making mini squares. We can make a square for if we were doing just this bar right here. I mean, it depends on how tight you want to analysis, but here, and we drag this up to here. So we went to 6. Now we're going to hover around 3.8. Now we're at 2.5. So 2.5 is stable. Then we probably will end there. Or 3.8. But yeah, so anyways, you get the point. There's basically one of these for everything. So if it's ever in between the lines, it will try to go down. So this is like 70. Now we're flirting with 50 if it goes a little further. So then it's going to have to gap down or stay this size. so Dow is gone relatively positive. GME is still sinking, but no increased volume. So if I recall correctly, this puts them at the almost the bottom of a few days ago. So where is that line? They're right here. Right. So it was this was the opening price for 2 days ago. So basically now we're gonna get some support at 96, and our last support is at 174. And then I think we free fall. Yeah, then we free fall. So yeah. So that's a concerning number, being sub 210. You have all this room to go to 177, 173. So we'll see how that plays out though. Yeah, a little mini crown. So see how that plays out. Lil Taj Mahal. So that would mean the next one. Yeah, so it should stop here, and then the next one should be red to here. If it's green, it's because it's just going to delay the inevitable. But once it gets back down to 1421, then it will decide if it's going to go up or down. If this is following the crown pattern. Oh man, who the hell's buying at these prices? Don't worry, Ma. GME is a sure bet. Yeah, so that's low volume. So the sellers are just not there, and now the sellers will kick in because, so I mean, there's a lot of profit you can make here on swing trading. Like there's another percent, you know. Wait till the sellers kick in and they'll just crush it. So this is not a pattern by any means, so this should not exist. So it's probably going to get destroyed. And if it doesn't get destroyed in this minute, next 30 seconds, it'll get destroyed in the next one. Because I don't know any stock that does that. Like that's like the world's shittiest W. So, yeah. So it should get smashed once this erratic buying meets a seller. You can't just keep dumping money hoping it's going to go up. The sellers are just waiting, and they will poach you and eat all your money. Yeah. Yeah. Case in point, if this goes past this, it will jump down to probably here. Let's see. Oh, this is so much better than a low volume day. Fuck. Yesterday was painful. Yeah, this is good. This keeps the mind sharp. Okay. That should have been bigger. Yeah, I'm thinking we're starting to see signals of a turnaround. But I think it's GME is helping us out with that. It wants to be up, but how long is that going to hold? Yeah. This is looking good for a breakout for here. I really want to see some red here to get us further down, or it's just going to take off. If this goes green, technical breakout is at 1452. So we're inches away from a technical breakout. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, it got delayed by 2 minutes, but we need a large red, and it needs to stay large, not get pushed back. Fuck these buyers, holy Christ, they are angry. I might just have to buy in and wait out the dip. They are just dumping money. That's nuts. But it's neat to see the sellers just step away, let the buyers do their thing, and then dunk, 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 dunk. They just chuck it down. So they're definitely riding these swings. They're letting the buyers do their dumb thing. And then some of them are guessing a little too early, but then they come out in force, right? So, this guy's too early, this guy's too early, this guy's too early. Here they're like, okay, so now we're going to have a technical breakout, but they're selling off because we're too damn high and they know it. Yeah, so anybody that got in here is starting to sell because this is all, they want to lock that all in. But if the sellers go, well, maybe we should step away, this is going to take off. But the sellers right now are just dumping because they're like, yeah, this is stupid. This is too high. We're not out of the dip time yet. But those buyers are coming back swinging every time. It's pretty good. And that's not affecting us too much. Good, good, good. This is interesting. Well, you're waiting based on what I'm saying, right? There's a strong possibility of bringing us down into the 1410, 1405. If GME crashes like straight down, which it might do below 200, then we're going to get dragged down. But as it stands, we're on the cusp of either a break up or a complete down. We're going into a pendant. We can't go any lower. We can't go any higher. So I don't know where we are at the moment. Like we're 50-50 as to if we're going down or up. The market doesn't know. So something is going to signal the down. So this is red, red, red. And this is going to red. We should be red. So this is probably not going to make it. And we'll get a red instead. Yeah. Okay, that's going green. That's red, red, red. So that should be small green or red. GME has the most influence on us. So then this red should get turned around, depending on how delayed we are. So we should see it get stunted when it's done. And they're selling. That's holding. So this might retract a bit. No, oh, that was an angry push. So I expected it just to be a little bit higher, just because GME was doing good. But I guess, oh yeah, when we got over this piece, we jumped down. That's what that was. So because we got under these sticks, you basically gap down, and because the sticks are all so close, it's jump, jump, jump. So you get momentum. But we kind of went too far. We started to go into the next stick, and it's like, I don't think we've been fighting over pennies. There's no way we have the energy to bust through 2 long sticks in one minute. It's going to take a few. Like technically, all of this is us trying to get over this green. We had a huge sell-off, couldn't do it, still can't do it. We're trying to get over this green, we can't do it. So it takes all of this, if you will. So there's little battles, and then the big battle is us trying to get over this green so that we can start the run. But I still think we're too high. I want to see this go down like to 3% or like just drop us a little bit. If we stay here too long, we are going to go up. Yeah, so bring us down to like 13 something. Get us under 14, and then I'd buy in. Ooh, that was the technical breakout, and it got crushed. So this is another thing too. So if there's a line here, which there is, let's put it at 52. So there's a line here, and basically there's also a line here. If it gets over this line, you see how it's like banging on it? So if we stay here long enough, it's eventually going to break through, which it just did, because it's going to keep banging. Eventually, it'll get through. But then now that we got through, well, we've had our time in the sun and we were rejected. So now we're at greater risk of collapsing until we come back and bang against it a bunch of times. So we should now see negativity because we got rejected. For our advances got rejected. So anyways, that's what's happening right now. And then this can be amplified. So that's our technicals. GME is giving us a tiny bit of support at the moment. Dow is giving us no support. NASDAQ is no good. So there's a lot of negativity on the market. So that's the larger ocean is slowly draining. So we're in a downwards trajectory. But obviously our buyers are nuts, and GME's buyers are gone. So good. This is going into a check mark. So like that, but that could turn into a W. Check mark is like one part of a pattern. A W is just two check marks, essentially. But this means like good growth. But when it fails, then it either goes plummeting, which is something else, or it plummets-ish, and then it recovers. And then that's healthy. A W is healthy. And then your next decision point is here if it's a W. If it's a check mark, your decision point is at the midpoint where the W would start, or same thing up here, the same place as this, but just at an earlier time point. So usually it will trend. You'll just finish the shape. If it does die like right here, then your shoulders are here. So we don't know yet, but let's say it did fall down, we would know that this is a point, and we'd be looking at this guy over here as our decision maker. But seeing how it started its downward trend kind of here more steeply, I would say this is an important line of scrimmage, because there's clearly probably a support line here, and that's why it's going bounce, broke through the support. So wherever you see flats, or it curves down, or it goes like this, like a bottom of a U, that's because there's a support line in there. So even though they're not up on the screen like this, they still exist. Yeah. Yay. I think likes help me get seen on YouTube, which is good. Okay, my stockbroker is armed. So we're just waiting out this poop storm. See what's gonna happen here. So I'm just actually gonna put a line here. So there's a clear support line at here. Why won't it let me? There we go. Okay, so yeah, somewhere there. Actually, let's do that now that it's trending downwards. So we should see probably this line direction be used, but we'll see. So the other line is this one. So if we take a midpoint between this, this will be the check mark line. So if this green brings us right back to here or over it, we'll see a red bringing us down, and we'll kind of wiggle on this line if that's the case. If not, this will turn into a red next to bring us closer to this line. It's going to be one of the two. Generally, no stock goes like straight across. That's quite rare. It might look like it's going straight across, but it's ups and downs, never neutral. Yeah, so now we're getting a huge pendant here. So, well, I wouldn't say huge pendant, but a long one. So you got a wedge here, and even tighter, I could draw it like that, because evidently the support line is basically flattening the tops, but we're losing our strength to the support line. So as we get closer and closer, we're basically showing that we can't support that. So our only option is then going to be like this, one of these, right? So I don't think now's the crashing. Oh, well, maybe. I think we'll get one more minute, but you never know. You can't time volume. It all depends on who's there. And if you think of it, so technicals without volume will still play out because the overall market, water flowing in and water flowing out, happens regardless if there's extra people making a mess of things. And that is very systematic. So if the Dow goes down and we're part of a whole bunch of portfolios that are part of the Dow, we might go down as well. There's a whole host of reasons, but essentially, if you're seeing a pattern, it's going to 99% of the time complete or 90% of the time complete. But you have to keep in mind that there can always be some rando out of nowhere with volume, or Bernie Sanders with the steel chair. So you always have to prepare for the opposite, I guess. But you can trust technicals for the most part. But as soon as it gets volatile, as soon as you see erratic buying and selling, like yesterday, that person that kept selling on the peaks just nuked us every time. Every time we went for a run, just dropped half the shares, just gone. So you have to keep that in mind because those are the wild cards. It's not so bad today, but our volume's quite high right now. It's pretty steady. Um, I mean, it was kind of low here, but we're getting solid 20s, 13s. This one's kind of shitty, 5. This is 10. 10 and higher, 20s, 30s. Those are high numbers for a non-exciting day. So, yeah, I thought it was a little too early for the crash, and the market, yeah, is agreeing. So now we want to see how high this green gets. If it can get back to that line, then we have a chance of going up. But if it can't get more than halfway past that red, it's going to collapse back down because, again, it doesn't want to be 50% of this, right? So 50% is right here, so now it's going above. But if it gets pushed down a little, it might drop down. And then it might drop down some more because it's so close to this red. And then, we could trend downwards. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah. Because it doesn't want to be on the 50% mark. Yeah, I looked at I just looking at the chat right now. Most of my viewership comes from Reddit. That's how we started here. Um, and that's good. Reddit's a good way to meet new people. But we'll collect some mold from YouTube as we go along, especially with you guys showing up daily. We get strong viewership every day, and we'll get a nice motley crew of people I don't have to entertain that are just here to make money. That'd be great. My low budget YouTube. I do want to over time, if I continue this, get it more TV friendly. So I'll start copying kind of like the Business News Network, and so then I can do uh, like switching. If I switch to a different stock, it comes up as like a sub chart. So then I can talk about things, especially in the pre-market or aftermarket. So I can just have a little bit more polish. But during the trading day, since this is what this is all about, all you need is a chart and a pen, and this works perfectly. We don't need anything special. Oh yeah, no, that's not going anywhere. I need the drawings or I'll get bored. like like I can't. I have to do something. It's just some days are so bad. Plus, we all loved when sports commentators would draw on the football field. It really helps, solidify what they're talking about. Because I'll say, oh, look, there's a wedge. But when I draw it, then your mind aligns to exactly what I'm thinking versus you forming some photo in your head. And so, yeah. So I like to draw to help out. Yeah. Yeah, I'll try not to have noodly appendages touching uh what was that? It was oh, the thumb. The thumb turned into a person, a dancing frog, and the noodly appendage was most inappropriate. Uh, sure, I can fire up an anchor or two. Just let me rearm my broker. Stupid thing keeps timing out for safety features, but it makes it so annoying. Do, 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 do. Okay, ready to rock when this crashes. Let's get an anchor in this house. Alright, that's his house. There we go. And GME doesn't need an anchor, but we'll just help you out. Add some weight. So you see how it's now following that line? So this is technically will continue till about so it broke through this. So its next stop is somewhere here. So about now or soon to now. So somewhere in here, it's going to make a decision because of this here and this drop down. So that's probably too much too quick. How are we going to react to it? And see how it got really tight? We're hitting the end of the pendant. So it's running out of runway. So it has to make a fucking decision. Come on. Oh, it's gonna do up because of GME. Yeah, really? Yeah, see, the sellers know that's stupid, but that's a good example of. So we tried to go up because we're following GME. We're getting close to the pendant, so that's actually not bad. It had the potential to get a breakout if the sellers didn't kick in. We really are running out of runway here. We gotta go one way or the other. Yeah. Well, you'll definitely learn if you hang around. Uh, And I'm in here making money too, so it's good to have some entertainment instead of just laying on a couch hitting refresh for 1,000 hours. Oh my God, what are you gonna do? Pick a direction. So when it looks like it should be doing something and it isn't, it's probably because something's wrong. So I'm gonna redraw this wedge if it doesn't crash in the meantime, because I have a funny feeling it's just off for a bit. So the wedge could be down here, but I'm gonna use these guys. This guy's a breakout, so let's use this as the floor. So if I go here and I do this and say this is the floor, it's not exactly the perfect wedge, but you can kind of see. We could even actually adjust it. Actually, that's probably it there. Okay. And then for this guy, it's this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. So if we just kind of average it, yeah, we still have a little bit of room. If we bring it down to this guy and we go along the tops here, yeah, we still actually have a tiny bit of room. Yeah, depending on how we measure. If we take this guy and this guy, if we go and use these people, see, we should have died there. Either way, however you slice it, it should be over by 1040. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, if your technicals aren't working, then it's usually new information, something's changed, or you did it wrong in the first place. So there's no shame in it, just adjust based on the new information and make the best of it. And like 2 weeks ago, if nothing seems to work, everything's too erratic, you might want to just step out of the market because either you're having a really bad day or something's going on and you don't know what. Like that morning we had about a week ago, like every prediction I made was wrong. Everything was wrong, and it was so weird. And then about halfway through the day, back to normal. It's like, but I think we later found out Wanda and was selling off its shares that day, I think, and so it was probably the contributor to the wonkiness. There's no special software here. It's just this is a website. You can use this website, tradingview.com. I like this because no matter where I am, I have my screen that I'm used to. Yeah, okay, that's looking better. So if we drew one of these boxes for here, where does that one end? Right here. So there was our breakout. We stopped. We tried to go all the way, but we stopped. But now we've blown through this guy. Then we're basically now gonna free fall into here. So we're gonna go deal with this guy now. Case in point. I love it when a plan comes together. But anyway, so you guys got to experience the whole technical rodeo there. That was good. So for the guy that bought in there, I hope you got out, Mr. Tabern Scroll. Whoa, you're up 230 from me? I don't even have that much money. But you might be doing option trades, right? Yeah, option trades are a little different. The percentages are off because you use a small amount of money and get a lot back. But damn, I'm not even up that much. I think I started streaming, I'm up about 60% or 50 something. But damn, 230. That is impressive. Ah, okay. Yeah, there's a few days where I got pooched, but yeah, there's days where I bought too high. Those days I could have made some serious coin. So I'm glad you capitalized on it. Belt's got one as well. I sold one night and he stayed in, and I'm like, son of a bitch. But you can't win them all, because if you win them all, you're gonna lose them all. Like, you might as well just buy and then close your eyes. Yeah. Yeah, that fake buy. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, because I'm like, if I buy in here, it's starting to look good, but it's 50-50, but I feel my spidey senses could feel the crash. So I'm like, okay, if I buy, I know it's going to crash. So I'll fake buy, wait 2 minutes, fatal crash. And I'm like, I knew it. Fuck you, you dirty markets. I knew you were waiting. I remember that every time. Yeah, that day was really hard. I think that might have been the day where I couldn't fucking figure out anything in the morning. It was just all over the place. Yeah, that's good. Well, I'm glad you made your dollars. We're still waiting. It's not done yet. So if you can envision that regression chart square thingy I keep putting up, we're batting against the bottom 25 of this long green on the left side of the screen. We might be even at the 50% mark here. So this is what's going on right now. So we are, let's say here, and let's say like this. It's not exactly accurate, but just live with it. So we're kind of bouncing off the 50% mark of this thing. So it's got to make a decision. So if we were higher, I'd say it's over. But since we're kind of in the middle, it's still got legs. Yeah, so this is looking positive, but GME is up nothing. They're about to go red. Or are they up $10? Oh yeah, they're still on this guy. So here you go. So they made their decision basically here. So, in this time frame. So now it's starting to roll, and they're going to go into another pattern. So that played out perfectly as expected. Made a decision. The decision was not to go down, unfortunately for us. Because yeah, we want GME to just finish itself, and it also made its decision a little bit higher. So it made its decision against this. This was its shoulder. Yeah, which is kind of odd. I figured it would be this one here, but I'm not following it minute by minute. See the volume here? So it's likely because of the heavy volume, this was more important. And see the heavy volume here? This would have been the decision area as well because of the volume. But just based on looking at it, I would have said here, just because there was some indecision. But now that I see it, there was actually a floor here. See all the downs? So I guess this is a bigger support line right here. Yeah. Anyways, so this is looking good, but volume doesn't say commitment yet. So we are still anybody's game. This could turn into an S and just plummet. I'll just try to help it along. Here, have an anchor. Nope. Eat anchor. There we go. And then if we have just a little bit more of a dip, then we can say we're done for the dip day, and then it'll be rocket propelled grenades for the rest of the day. If this is our final dip, this is pretty good. We didn't retract all the way. So if we take this to its extreme, it would bring us down to here. So we're in the upper 25s now, so that's pretty good. I guess we have to bring this up. This here got to go to here. So yeah, we're still waiting for this to figure itself out. But it's looking better. Yeah, see? Yeah, it's batting around the 5. So it wanted to go lower, couldn't, doesn't want to be here, so now it's up here, but see, it's losing steam. It'll get steam when it gets pushed away from the 5, but it'll get smaller if there's no confidence to keep going up. And then now there's all this support and negativity and all these like gazillions of lines we can draw that it's trying to get through right now. Because we were just there for almost an hour, half an hour. So we'll see. But at least it's upwards inflecting. The volume is kind of medium. I think this might be the breakout. So we're in a valley. When we come up to the shoulder of this guy, we'll probably get a push. And because these guys are small, it'll be like a jump, jump, jump. And we're technically also in the breakout position of the wedge. So we tried to break out, didn't happen. So we could go the other way just because we've tried to go one way, but we couldn't. The risk of this falling down, straight down now, is pretty low. We're going to go up. How much, I don't know. So this would be a good buy point, I think. I'll get in for 4,000. All right. I'm in for 4,000. Okay. Yeah, so this will be the start. So we'll have a lot of, fighting here, but we should be going up. And that's going to help. That's going to help. That's going to help. Yeah. Yeah, everything's looking good. So this will be probably the buy point. I might be a little early, but we'll see. Oh no. No, we have a lot of buy energy today. We just had to get through the dip in the morning. So I'm just picking a spot to get in. There's a lot of positive energy for going up. So this red and stuff will go away in probably less than 10 minutes. So I just wanted to be in before it took off. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Oof. Yeah. No, the technicals say we should either crash down to here or this should be up and we're out. One of the two is going to happen. This is likely just because there's a line of resistance here. So we just kind of bounce down. Evidently, it's there's a lot of negativity. But I don't think this is going to last very long. The buyers are going to come back with a vengeance. Excuse me. Oh, all right. Well, time to get all
warmed up on the couch and watch this thing plummet into oblivion and cry the whole time. Oh, oh, come on, buyers. You know, the second I buy into the market, you just all take a dirt nap. Oh, oh, you were doing so good, GME. Rip my bank account. That's gonna tug us down. It's only temporary, but yeah, that look at that volume. So I bought in somewhere like here, and then it just decided, you know what, we're done running. Like, I hate you, but anchors are necessary even if I lose money. All right. But this has a potential to be a nice S. And we're getting close to 11 o'clock, so we should be done. Any chance of a dip should be over. So that's going to be our dip, and this is a very positive swing. Yeah. So we did get down into the 13s like I thought we would, but I wasn't quite sure we were done here. So I kind of felt we would have a bring back down to here, but I think that's it. You know, we've paid for this. Over 50% paid for this, all of this. So now we got a good launching platform. So this is just short-term garbage, and then we're gonna fly to the moon. So actually, while we're waiting for that, um, where is our next stop on the moon parade? Okay, this is 13. So way back. We're gonna have to go way back. Oh, okay, here we are. So our next stops, if I can remember, are 11, 17, 1570, 1372, 19. Shit. Yeah, we should be starting our jump. So our next guess major one is going to be 16 something. And then, yeah, 16. Yep. Damn. So once we get going, we're going to go to 16. That's going to be nice. Then I will sell like no one's business. Where the hell's our buyers? You think? Yeah. Yeah, profit taking is fairly predictable, so it's a good buy-in point. You just want to make sure it's profit taking and not exiting the position. So this is, again, looking so good for an S. Just bust up, and then we can start making our way out. We just need the buyers to come in and But of course, I buy, and the volume just starts tapering off. I'm like, I hate you all. There we go. Now that's low volume, so probably not going to hold. So if we had more, like faster volume, it wouldn't have been spread out over this much time. This would just be two reds and, off we go. So it's still doing what I want it to do, but it's just taking its dear friggin' sweet time. So this should be a green, and then it should continue up to where I drew that funky line, or close to it. Or if it's a red, because it wants to prolong it, we'll eventually get a green that will bring us up to this line within 4 minutes. If the volume stays the same in Slowville, USA. Do, do, do. That's 11,000. And the one before it was 6, I think, from here, laying on the couch. And I'm looking at the numbers up here for people that are new. That shows the volume when I mouse over it. But surprising we can't break out with this kind of volume. The buyers and sellers are evenly matched at high volume. Or near evenly matched, because we're obviously going in a direction. Yeah. And you can tell we really want to go up. But then there's like this just downwards trickle off, which corresponds with this. And then they start getting power at 10:35. We actually dip. They're going down. Yeah. It's not really, we're actually like contra. They go down, we go up. We shared a similar open, but we started our recovery early. And then when they have heavy negativity, large sticks, then we seem to react, but overall we're still trending upwards. But we don't seem to get their positivity. Like, we're a little bit matched here. And this is 10:31. 10:31 is here. So that's when they finish. So we started recovering before them too. Interesting. Holy crickets. I take back all the positive things I said about this morning. There we go. Now once it hits my line, I'll have to decide if it wants to go or is it going to come back down. That might have been it hitting the line right there, actually. Yeah, so it has to decide. So now it's going to decide. And if it can't get closer to that line, then it's going to go down because it's unable. So there's it going down. So if we can get a sudden volume to push us up. Any day now. Cricket. 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 Holy Christ. Look at the numbers are huge, but that's like no volume. We're just frozen. This updates every second, so if you don't see a change every second, like holy crap, what's going on? If you're looking at this doesn't mean much. This just tells you what's going on at the very moment in time. But the number we get is based on the last agreed upon price. So if there's tons of buyers, eventually we'll run out of numbers and they'll have to go higher to get new numbers. But then if someone introduces a low number, it'll snap down to them before it goes up. And then that will look like a sell, but it's actually a buy that goes lower. It's all a matter of which perspective you're taking. So if you're a buyer, you can drive down the price buying as long as there's sellers willing to give you lower and lower prices. But generally, sellers want to make money and buyers want to lose the least amount of money. So, you know, the market self-regulates, right? Yeah, it should be every second. It says right there, 1 second updates. Yeah. Yeah, you can't get a 1 second chart, but you get 1 second updates on the stock price. Honestly, you don't really want it too much faster. I've seen a stock ticker that's like near real time and it's like it's just flying and it's not useful because the things like if you're zoomed in it's just going psycho and it's like you don't need that. When I first started trading, I think I was trading in the 30 seconds and the 15 seconds. I liked the 15 seconds because you could see things before they're coming. But you basically get too much in the weeds. The minute is pretty intense for a lot of people, but it depends on how fast the stock moves. And the stock is not moving that insane. So I don't know how anybody trades on the bigger. Like if you're trading on the 15s, like that's your view of the world. I mean, you'd make better decisions because you'd be like, okay. I mean, I guess if you had millions of dollars, you'd trade on the 15s because you'd be like, if it gets below this, right, it's gonna go into oblivion, and we know that. But if it's past this, and we'll have it, or this, which is what I'm betting on, we're gonna have a technical breakout as soon as this gets a little bit higher. If it got above this guy, it's gonna fly to the stratosphere. So I guess this will allow you to make better long-term decisions. But I kind of like to see I can condense these in my head. So I like to just see it more as it happens because you can't gauge volume um, on a static chart. You have to look at it, you have to watch it and feel it. Yeah. But anyways, if you zoom out, it basically becomes a big tug of war. Who's going to win in the next 15 minutes? So it's all a matter of you want it 3 hours? I got too much crap up there. Yeah. So we're basically, if we got below this or the other number that I quoted earlier, you'd be going into well, obviously it would be red, but it would be the start of a downturn like this. But, there's a lot of things in play before that happens. So we're back to the 1 minute. Yeah. Uh, the 4 hour, I think, splits the day up into 5 segments, or 4 segments. But you can dailies, or if you want a little bit more detail, the 4 hour is nice. I don't know which one it is. Is it 4 or 3? The 4 hour. So the 4 hour is, no, 4 hours 2. So you want the 2 hour one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So that gives you 4 in a day. So the 2 hours, if you want more detail, then the day. And then the day is what like the institutionals use. So they're plotting out, into May. They don't care about this little price swing. They're just going to go, is this going to keep going up? Well, if I buy in here, I'm guaranteed profit because obviously it's settled. So what's the likelihood of it doing this? Nothing. If I buy here, what's the likelihood of it going down? Well, to here, but then it's going to do this. So, they're looking at it like that. I do technically look at that as well, but I look at it as what's the likelihood of us going into oblivion, and it becomes less and less and less and less and less. Now we gapped up. Okay, so now the chances of us going here is reasonable, but we'll see. But that's what you just keep in the back of your mind as you play day to day. Finally, this is going to go. So there's a wedge. It's just upside down, if you will. There's also a W, and the W shoulder is right here. It's all fucked up W, but yeah, blame it on. Oh, the volume's picking up. Okay, I was going to say blame it on slow volume, but let's put a line here. Might as well visualize it. Yeah. So as soon as that gets over this line, then we should start our break up to about somewhere in here. So then basically this is done. So now we're looking at kind of this. So let me bring down the top. Zoot. So once we get over, it will be struggling to get over these guys, and we'll basically play amongst this. But holy crap, does it not want to go over that line? This is done. So that would have been the breakout for this floor and the pendant shape. So that was that. So the pendant probably started here. This didn't count. So that's why the pendant wasn't huge. Looking back. So that's the breakout. We come back, and now we're batting against the line. So we're just bing, 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 but we're trying to go up. So any of this is a good buy-in point, just unless it completely goes sour, but it really shouldn't. If it goes too sour too long, this is obviously a little scary to me, but I'll just sell at a loss. If it does go below this for whatever reason, I'm out just because I don't want to go for the 6% drop. Yeah. Yeah, 7%. Yeah, this is what I'm expecting. This is kind of what we're doing right now. We might get our pull up later in the day. Yeah, see, we're kind of stuck on a technical ceiling here of some sort because I think we're breaking new highs. Yeah, we're breaking new highs. So this would have been a more of a mountain shape, but because it's a hard ceiling, it just kind of rounded it off. But we are going to break this ceiling. It's just going to take a little bit more effort. But as you can see here, it's starting to wane. If we don't get through this line soon, then it's going to drag us down to here again, and we'll have to get out just like this. We tried. Fuck it. Come back. We try. Fuck it. And then we'll start a new line somewhere. Yeah, that's a very common pattern when you can't get through a support or ceiling. This is a support resistance line depending on which way you're going. Ceiling, floor, resistance if you want to go through it, support if you don't want to go through it. But generally nobody, unless you're a short seller, generally none of the ceilings are counted as support because it's not supporting you, it's stopping you from making more money. All right. So we're just waiting this out. So there it did its W. So it hit the shoulder, and then basically it went for a little bit of a run, and then decided, nah, it's done. So now that's this shoulder right here. There'd be a support line right there. So that's pretty classic. Yeah. It's a little interesting with this giant green here, kind of throws off a lot. But I guess the giant following red kind of removed it. Yeah, you can kind of see that the first shoulder's here, then there's another one here, and there's another one. Well, yeah, it's this one right here, but I think they just got a little excited here. The shoulder was kind of here or here. And this is just excitement. That's why it doesn't kind of fit the pattern. And now we're on a downtrend, which means we're getting dragged down, so it's getting harder to hit this line, which might mean I need to take a small loss and let this run its course. Yeah, especially if it gets to here. All right. I'll sell the next time it gets close to that line, I guess. All right. So looks like we're trending again. We're doing a channel. Something like that. See if that holds up. So a channel is just a continuation pattern. You can throw the lines anywhere, but you generally just grab the peak, find the next tallest peak, and that's your there. In this case, I would like to grab the bottoms and connect them together like this and this. But you see it starts to make a pendant. So I adjusted it, but then that's too high. So I started somewhere else, and then I adjusted it so that it doesn't go in on itself. So what that does is you're imagining that it could have went here, but it didn't. So you're using the top is accurate, and the bottom is projected, if you will, based on the top. So you'll see if that holds up. If we can't make new highs, then that's your continuation pattern until it gets far enough to change, right? If it doesn't, we'll just slowly trickle off into oblivion. But there'll be a point where something or something turns it around. Just like, there's a continuation pattern right here. There's a clear channel from here to here to here. So if we take this and we do this and we take this and we go here, see? Clear channel. And then there's a tighter channel here, but off it went. And you can see another one right here. There's one here, then something happened. There's one here, then something happened. So anyways, it's useful if you're not looking at the stock for a long period of time, because it lets you know if you're not paying attention, like, oh, we're above this line, something changed, pay attention. Yeah. So we're technically in a continuation pattern going down. But where's our buyers? Daddy wants his money. Come on, get over this line so we can start our fucking day. We just need to break this line, and then we can go for a run. These must be one hell of a support or resistance line. It just doesn't want to go. Yeah, GME is trading, normal. And we're really like, there's a thick line here that just says, no bueno. You shall not pass. So we're going to have to like slowly creep up to it and then get a bunch of volume and bam, we'll go through it. But that's going to take, like, we need to get back to this black line and then over it. Then we can take our dear sweet time going up, because we'll have something like this, but in the opposite direction. Then we'll punch through. But we got to get over this black line. It's killing us. Yeah. All right. Push over. That is well, not so much volume, but just get us over the line. No, I hate you. Ah, fuck me. Why can't you make green? Make green. Ah, yeah, that's right. Push it back, buyers. Push it back. Yeah, lemons do help. Tried and true citrus. Let's let's get some lemon power in there. Actually, let's just apply it for direct DL, direct lemon current. So this is us really not wanting to go over this line. But the buyers look like they're going to take control. So once we get a little bit of distance from this line, we'll stop being sucked towards it. But fuck, look at us. We're really trying here. Oh man, how's GME doing? GME's taking off. So broke the channel and look at it go. So then this should go for a bit, probably till it hits this line again. Because then this will be a resistance line, and then it might just keep going. We don't know. We'll see. Yeah. That might buy us some time to get out of this funk. Come on. Punch. So right now it's these guys that we're trying to get over. And there's evidently just a hell of a lot of lines here, right? All these tops are resistances now. Every top of every stick. So that's a lot to go through. But at least as we go over a stick, we get a little boost. So when they're close to each other, we can just jump a good amount of them on our way up. So these ones are giving us trouble. But if we can get over them, then we could get to this guy, 41, then 43, then 44, 42. Like we should just pop, 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 pop. But yeah, we can't make the market do our bidding. It will do what it wants. So the synthetics getting counted up and destroyed, if you will, is great. So it may force uh, more positive energy going up to that day, as people have to buy in positions to cover their long short positions or close their positions, either or. So I think there's some positivity there. I don't think it's going to be a quadruple witching day, because they're like gamma squeezing, short squeeze. The finances will be updated, and what was the other one? I don't know all four of them, but at least two of them that I just droned off, I don't think have any impact. The synthetics will have an impact, but it's not going to fly off the handle market impact. So, and the gamma squeeze is kind of non-existent because I don't think options move the markets. Now, if you, oh, never mind. I was entering a conversation halfway. All right, so we're still just batting against this line. So the more times we fail to go through this line, the stronger and stronger and stronger it gets, which is going to make it harder and harder and harder. We're getting close. So we're past the dip for the day. So this is peak buying time, which started basically around 11. So there's our strength. So we didn't go all the way back to zero. So this time we might, using the same amount of strength, might get some height. And we need about, let's say 2 or 3 cents off this stupid line. If we can pull it off. Come on, punch through. That's 1, 2. No, wait, 1, 2, through. So this one, oh, who knows? This would be the second time after this red. So that counts. So this one, if it's a green, will go through. So 1, 2, and push. But yeah. And so if this is a small red, that's fine. Then the next one will push through. Because we're so close. That counts as touching. There's evidently a line here at 1440. Yeah, and there's a line here at 1439. The top of the sticks is 1440. The top of these guys is 39. It's probably why we're having so much trouble. So basically, there's 2 lines here. And there's another one here. Like, it's just so many fucking lines. I don't want to draw them all because it's going to get nasty. Good volume increase. So this should support us. So then this one should stop. Yeah. And then if this gets pushed up just a little bit, son of a bitch, if this gets pushed up just a little bit, then that'll give our green the chance to get the hell out of here. Don't go over the line. Yay! I want to make some fucking money, so just stay where you are. For the love of God. Is GME crashing? No, it's still going up. Okay, so who's dragging us down? Nobody. So, come on, AMC. Quit your shit. Let's go. We're on the cusp of a takeoff. This is looking good. So here, if we wanted to make a channel, so that's our breakdown line. If we come back to this line, then we're going to break down because we exited the channel and we've lost enough. Like, swings are normal, but for a trader, if you see too much sentiment that things are over, so right where my mouse is, or as we're moving up, along this line, then you know that there's a trend reversal and you have to dodge the bullet. So building these channels are basically an early warning system, so to get out here before here, because evidently something's changed. So this one here, the bottom channel is correct, and I'm just going to free ball the top channel. So that's my cue to get out if we go any further. So that's good. We pushed up. So that shows our buyers are doing okay. this one's weird. Yeah, it's better. Yeah. Yay, that was good. All right, now hold. Ah, fuck, I might actually make some money. This is like, I got in here. This is the longest I've had to hold. It's just like paint drying here. Come on. So GME still following the line. So they obviously have a wide channel. So they're here. So they're like somewhere in this chunk. Oh my God. How long can we go sideways? Yeah, so see, it broke the channel. But if this gets pushed back up, we're okay. Yeah. See? So that means the buyers are keeping things normal. The water level is slowly rising. We'll eventually get the fuck out of this mess. But we're just taking our dear sweet time. We're overselling or we're not buying at the right times. It really doesn't matter. But the general consensus is still going up. So that's good. Yes, this is some hedonistic AMC love. Whoa. GME gap down. Not by much. It's here now. Oh, that is not good. We're gonna feel that, aren't we? Ah, fuck it. I think I'm just gonna sell at a tiny loss, but we're so close to making money. Ah, so annoying. Like, we are trending upwards. Like, this is very good. If we even do that. Dow's doing good. S&P is fine. NASDAQ is ick. That's my cue to get out. Oh, the buyers are coming in. Huh. So the buyers were just waiting. As soon as it hit here, 1428, huge buy-in. The volume doubled. Is it going to go green? Or is that just the cap bounce? Because that's a technical breakout. If we get below 28, we're going down. Interesting. So the same people that were doing those targeted sellings are doing the targeting buy-ins. They're just stepping out of the way, letting the sellers have their fill, buying at a lower price. Then they'll let it go the opposite direction and then they'll force it down. It's interesting. I guess that's what you do in a sideways market. You just let the market run on autopilot. And then if you're big enough, you can turn it around with your sells and your buys. I guess. Yeah, if you have that much power. Interesting. Now, can we get a green about the same size and punch us through? If not, I'm selling. And I'm gonna get out and I'm gonna start playing these because I'm getting fucking bored. Like, what is this? It's like the most erratic garbage crap I've seen in a while. Come on. Look at that volume. Give us a good push. Ugh, this is so shitty. All right. I'm gonna take $160 loss. Oh. Oh. Okay, maybe I'll take a $0 loss. All right, I'm gonna sell. Get it all charged up, ready to go. Do you have any more energy left in you, Mr. Green? I'm gonna go with no. Sold. Oh, the second I sell, you fucking move. Well, go fuck yourself, you bastard. Fuck you. Oh well. At least I got out with no loss. You bastard. Alright. I'll let it go down again. Because this is just getting ridiculous. And GME's not looking healthy, so we'll see. At least if I buy down here, I can get a better deal. Get a extra percent or two. Well, it's all good. It's not going to crash. It's just I want to make some money, so I got in here, and it's like the tops aren't enough, so I just sold here for like nothing, and I'm going to buy in on one of these dips. Oh God. So I can actually make some money today. This is what they call a sideways market, and they're the worst. Well, I mean, they're not the worst but I don't like them because you don't know if the sideways is going to turn into a down market. Like a hype stock like ours doesn't really trade sideways. General Motors or General Electric trade sideways. Like they're not going anywhere at any speed. But this, we could go into oblivion or go to the sky. And look at the giant, giant pendant here. That's like, this is definitely, we're trying to do a breakout. We're trying to take off. It really looks like it. You know, you got all this pent up energy, but we just can't fucking do it for some reason or another. Well, welcome, Mr. Charger. We're just waiting for this to go down, and then hopefully we're gonna get, you know, one of these is going to just bust because we're really we're trying, and there's definitely an attempt here. Yeah. So I guess somewhere closer to noon. Oh, actually, if I erase all this, I wonder if there's robots here. Oh, you know what? That might be what's going on. Maybe they started selling off. Somebody started selling off their shares. So every time it hits 1440, they would sell. Is there an increase in volume? No. No, that doesn't add up. So if that was correct, you would see volume spikes on all the peaks because the buyers are trying to push and there's unlimited selling going on because they're trying to get rid of all their shares at a certain price. So it gets pushed down because the buyers back off. And then as soon as they come back, they start dumping again. But no, that's not the case. Yeah, we would have seen high volume. Uh, that was a good thought for a moment there. Yeah, because we definitely have some flat tops, but we wouldn't have these spikes if there was robots. They would do a better job. Oh, yeah, this is so killing me. Yeah, I don't know. So lunchtime is usually the highest point of the day, right? And then it slows down on volume. So if the volume slows down, um, I don't know which way this stock would go. I think we're gonna drain. looking from this, when our volume goes down, and we're trickling out money, and then we get a boost by the buyers. But it's hard to tell because the markets are red, but the Dow, which we're linked to, is going up. And we are really trying. I don't know. I think we're going to need a solid amount of buyers to punch out. So the likelihood is we're going to go down because we won't have the volume to get through this line. So the sellers will take over. And then that will cause the breakdown here. I guess. It's really hard to tell. But whatever's going to happen is going to happen soon. Like, we're clearly, yeah, we're clearly getting ready to pop a baby here. Like, you don't see this pattern and nothing happens. Like, here, see? Wiggle, 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 jump, and jump, and then overnight, boom. So this one's a down. This is kind of what we're doing now, but it's not a tight wiggle, but it's indicating change. Here, this is more of a bounce, but you know, wiggle, 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 boom. Here, wiggle, 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 boom. So, and there's one right there. See, flat, wiggle, 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 crash. Yeah, just depends what the macro is. So we do have a payment due for this. If we can't get over this line, we may try to pay for this, and everybody will bail out to lock in their profits. Or this is just this, and we're due for one of these. So this is technically on a macro. This is your wiggle. This is your jump. There's your wiggle. There's the jump. Right? So it's really hard to tell. Volume is actually pretty decent. We're at 63 million, but we are absolutely going nowhere. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, we're in a stalemate. So same thing. This is just bigger, but see they're tightening up. It's almost like they're anticipating something's going to happen later today. They're they're really they're tightening up on a line. In a case of this, the line is it's right here right now. So I wonder what the hell is going on. Is there some wacko news? What about, let's look at the news for the Dow. Yeah, the Dow's hitting record high. And see, it's tightening up as well. So indecision, and now it's decided. And it's decided rocket time. So that's really positive. But I feel like there's something we're missing. Suck it, Roblox. Yeah, I want it to crash much further. This is overpriced for a company that makes no money. Hmm. God. I think this is the longest we've had to wait in a pendant shape in the entirety of my AMC career here. Well, by the end of it, you'll be able to spot pendants. They're pretty obvious. Yeah, yeah. Well, I guess this is perfect time for some drawings while I wait for. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I mean, it could be robots. Robots stop on a line, but usually it's a lot tighter than that. It would just be completely flat on the top, like that roadblock example I keep pointing to. You know, there's obviously robots are always trading, always, but that is clearly robots. Like they get it down and tight, real tight, or like here, nothing gets past a certain line. So, but that's evidently robots. Like, look at that. How the fuck does that happen? It doesn't. But you can see robots can fight amongst each other. People can burst through, but it's quickly corrected. Uh, yeah, but I don't know. I was like, who drew that? Oh, yes, me. But I don't know. The volume doesn't really say robots. But then here, right? Maybe the robots are only for stopping it from going higher. Maybe someone's trying to close their like big position, so they're bleeding off, like I was thinking earlier. But every time it hits a certain point, they're just like get out, get out, get out, get out. But they don't want to get out too much because then they'll push the market down. I don't know. Do not know. Yeah. So this is my Chinese dragon flying high above the countryside. And oh, you know what? We could have some Dragon Balls. And then we can have some Goku. Because he'll be Super Saiyan. Either that or it's a man that just caught fire. There we go. Then he'll shoot a giant energy ball that takes 3 days of real human time of watching television to power up. How to stretch a 10 minutes of animation into 100 hours of animation. Dragon Ball Z. We might have a breakout here. I will draw something else as soon as this is done. So GME, yeah, still trading along the line. It's trying. Okay, turtle. Let's remove drawings. There you go. There's a lemon turtle. I can zoom out and then I have to do that. Yeah. There we go. Ah, no, I screwed it up. There. Then pan up. There we go. Oh, we get a band-aid out. Oh shit. Uh, we're losing the turtle. Oh no. Oh, poor turtle. Oh, jeez. uh, uh, get some gauze on there. Oh, oh, sweet Jesus. Oh no. We're losing him. Yeah, so there's your breakdown. It's a good thing I got out. Oh. Well, poor turtle. It was trying. Yeah, now we'll see how much volume we have on the up. Now that that's happened, we've probably got another 5 minutes before we'll see exactly the course of action. I'm just going to grab a tiny piece of food and take a quick piss. But we should start picking up action, and then as people get back from lunch, or, well, nap time, I guess, we should have a little bit of action. Then we go to lunch, it'll get slow, and then we'll see something probably by 12:30. But anyways, we'll see.
All right. That took a little longer than expected. It is not easy to scoop out lasagna out of a pan. It just kept trying to fall. So this is the drop I was waiting for. Um, but yeah, it was kind of 50-50 along here, but unfortunately, the turtle got it. Oh well. So basically here, once we got over this line, then we'll go down to here. Excuse me. I'll put some markers down. So here, we're now just bouncing off of this one, this guy here. But that's a fresh one, so chances are we'll keep going, but we'll see. And then buying in anywhere before 1350 is not horrible, but excuse me, it's probably good to let it go if it goes that far. But this is like, yeah, our next territory. We'll see. So it might take us a whole day to work up the courage to go higher. But then that means we'll have one solid day of just lightning takeoff. If today we settle at, say, this price, then the next day we'll jump up. But yeah, we'll see. The day is still young. It's just part of the retraction. So if we're going down, right, because we can't get through the ceiling, which is the turtle's back, basically, then our next stop is here and there if we keep going down. I'm expecting positivity, but we apparently can't get any higher than 1440 for whatever mythical reason. All right, pounded down some lasagna. So yeah, we're bouncing. And so we'll look at this and see how high we get. If we go all the way back, then that is a good sign, but this should be a dead cat. So we should see hesitation and most likely. We'll see. It's odd that everything else is positive, but this might just be, we jumped up too much. We went up, yeah, 6%, and maybe we need to pay for it. But I mean, that's not too abnormal. But I guess maybe if you measure from here, that's
10% jump from the last time we had an indecision. Yeah. Yeah. Which, I don't know. Excuse me. But so far, going as planned. No, I'm out. I bailed out right around here just because it was showing no indication of going up. I got in because here because I'm like, okay, it's going to go up soon. And then when it went into this pattern, it's like the risk of it going down is too high. And I figured I'll let it go up, show me that it's going to break out, then I'll get in or let it do its thing. And let it do its thing ended up being what happened on the poor turtle's neck. We tried to save him, but he didn't make it. Poor turtle. So 14.13 is going to be the drop if it hits it. Yeah, it's all good. Yep. 12s? No. It would be very hard for us to get under 13.52. This stock is still very positive. I don't know why we're retracting right now or why we couldn't get over that ceiling. Oh, isn't 14 something Silver Lake's? Silver Lake might be liquefying some of their shares. Silver Lake, I think, is 14.25. Where's that? That's here. Maybe. Maybe Silver Lake's liquefying their position. But then our volume would be really high. We're only at 67 million. So, I don't know. I do not know. I mean, we have good. Yesterday was pretty low. You can see, compare to the last couple days, just a solid volume. We're only halfway through the day and we're already, you know, batting average. And it's much better than the last 2 days. But these days, I think these days were much higher, or at least this one. Because this one, yeah, you can see it's low. But usually you get a calm before the storm. And this looks like a storm, but I don't know what's going on. Why we can't go up. Well, falling knives is usually when you see this, don't try to catch them because you'll get stabbed. But so this would have been a dead cat, but it's looking good. So this might actually turn into a W. So if it goes here, then it'll make a decision if it's going to go up. But with all this negativity, like the sudden change in volume and all that, I don't think we're just going to suddenly go all the way up like we just shook off the bad vibes and just randomly break through something we've been trying to do for 2 hours. So I think we're still going down. And then it's going to be too risky to buy. So no one's going to get in. And then it's going to be just open season for the sellers. So we'll see small greens, large reds, and then we'll start plummeting. If what I'm thinking is correct. But we'll have to let the market tell us. Because I don't know. How's GME doing? So yeah, their critical number is 200, so they're counting down, but they're not there yet. And we are getting there. The Reddit chat is interesting at the moment. God. So for the Fidelity, a lot of that could just be because they're a brokerage. They have to take on the positions for their clients. So that can all just be retail investors buying in with the stimulation money as expected, right? I don't think Fidelity as a company took on positions in AMC. I think they did it as the brokerage. Now, if Fidelity, the company, took on the positions, that would be positive, but 500,000 isn't much. Or sorry, yeah, that's 500,000. Yeah, 500,000 isn't much. That's $6 million worth at this price. 14? No, $7 million worth at this price. So it's not crazy. When they take on 10, 20, $30 million positions, yeah. But I mean, it's still nothing. I mean, it's not nothing, I should say, um, especially at this price. But yeah, I think that's $7 million of stimulus money that flowed in basically to AMC, and then Fidelity probably bought some just to have them for loaning, so they don't have to buy them at a higher price. So when you buy a share, they'll actually just hand you one of theirs kind of deal, and then they'll make profit off of the price difference. Because you say, "Oh, give me a share at $15," and they're like, "Oh, no problem. Here's the one I have." And they don't actually execute to the market. They just give you what they got, and then they keep the profit or something like that. There's a whole bunch of things they can do to make money. As long as you end up with a share in your hand at the end of 3 days, they've done their job, which is the settlement period. So today is Wednesday, so we're 2 days going into the witching day. I wonder if we're seeing like the short sellers bleeding off their positions. So like when it hit that number, they're slowly lowering their positions. But then we should see an increase in volume as we get further down because they're now able to lower their positions. They want to buy low, right? I don't know. Today's Thursday. Oh, okay. Whoa, whoa. Dial it back. Dial it back. Sorry. There's a little bit of delay. Okay, so tomorrow's the witching day, right? If I got this right? Or is it the 23rd? Is it next week? No, it should be tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on because what would cause the stock? So I don't know what's going on. So what we see is indecision. We're undecided and we're not confident that the stock is going up anymore. So what does that, right? It could be artificial if people are selling, but something drives them to sell, right? So the fuck, right? Um, what's doing this is, yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't really care. It's just I don't see any good reason. We're well overdue. Everyone has free money. Is it just because GME's shitting the bed? Or they forgot about AMC? Or everyone's now broke? Oh, maybe. Maybe that's it. Maybe now all the fun is over. Everyone's now broke. They got their new stimulus money. And then they're like, okay, I'm going to use that money to exit my position. Like cost average down. But I mean, if you've gone through that much shit already, why would you get out of a stock that just gave you like 60% in the last 3 days? If you gambled once with bad odds, you're going to gamble again with great odds. So that doesn't make sense either. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Uh, well, the quad witching, quad being four, witching meaning uh, a derogatory term for witchcraft. So the stars and the moons will align, four big things will happen, and then, you know, some witchcraft will appear. So in the case of AMC, it has to count their shares. So the synthetic shares, naked shorts, and when I loan you a share and you loan the share to someone else, there's technically you're counting a share in your inventory and so am I, and then you have a problem because now there's an extra share that doesn't actually exist. So I, me as AMC, I have to account for that. So I say, give me all my shares back, and then I loaned it to somebody, so I demand it from the person I loaned to, and he demands it from the other person who says he doesn't have it. So then the guy I loaned to has to go buy one to give to me, so I can say to AMC I have it. But this is more like brokerages and when people sell stuff they don't have. So technically, short sellers, if they're not borrowing or they don't have it in their account, which both is illegal, they have to have the shares to short. Um, but you know, things happen. So, but I don't think it's going to be crazy critical. You know, it's not going to cause the whole stock market to explode. Not like a short squeeze. Yeah. So, yeah. And again, I don't know how options would move the market. You know, it's going to there's a huge sell-off in cryptos, eh? So That's showing people do not want to gamble in risky investments. So if that's true, we would see bonds go up and gold would be going up. And gold is up not that much. That's the DKY at the top of my screen. We would also see the markets all go red because people are pulling out their money and moving it from the stock market into the bonds market if they're panicking, if they're worried about an economic downturn. And right now the NASDAQ is about a third of the way to Badlands, but it's not horrible. But the Dow and the S&P are fine, but they're not as high as I would expect them to be with all this stimulus money. So I still think the stimulus money hasn't hit the market. It's sitting in people's bank accounts or it's paying off debts. It didn't hit the market. Or at least not to the impact I expected it to. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it looks like we're just running out of steam, but the volume's good. So we're going down negatively, like with effort. So there's got to be something pushing us down. It's not just we're running out of steam and we're collapsing under our own weight sort of deal. So, interesting. You might be right, Belts, actually. That's a good idea. Though we saw a direct impact on the first day when the people got their money early. And generally, when someone gambles, if they have money in hand, they'll gamble with other money. Why that money's guaranteed to come in, right? So as long as they know it's coming, that's all they need to hear. But you're right. If the account is restricting them, then we'd see the impact heavy this Monday because it would be in by Friday and they might wait for Monday because it's a better day. And then they're talking to their friends over the weekend. They work up the courage. They find an extra few dollars. Maybe. I guess Monday will tell us. If Monday is a dead day, then something's seriously wrong. So there's a turnaround of sorts. But if our indexes are not red, then like red, then it's not a market turnaround. Yeah, and we're still up 4%, which is nothing. Like, it's not nothing. It's, we're not going down. We did come down from, I think, 12. We were up 6% on open and 6 from overnight. Yeah, so I think this whole thing is, no, the whole thing's 7. Okay, so it's counting from yesterday's close. Then we're down to 435-ish. And we probably will go to 3. So we're going to lose about half if we keep going down. Yeah, maybe this is just a retraction. We want to pay for this early and I don't know. Do not know. Nobody would be taking on short positions with well, I mean people do, but it'd be kind of dumb to take on a short position with a stock that grows 30% every other day. I would say that this could be a dead cat, but it's got too much height. The dead cat is usually a big drop and it's usually like this here. It comes back, and it's usually not a very big bounce. This is actually showing positivity, so it's going to start forming up a bottom. So this is it kind of more likely doing this, a U shape, and it's just doing this on the U shape basically. Is what you're seeing. A dead cat would be more like this and down. So the cat falls, plummets, and everybody's like, oh, that's the bottom. And then it does one bounce, and then it continues to plummet after a short period. But if it bounces and goes like this, that's basically an oversell, and the market said, stupid, and bought right back. And then there might be a little bit of a bounce down just because you came up so quickly. And there's some people that might still think it's stupid and sell again, right, and bring us down. But then it usually goes up afterwards. So here it's breaking out of this like tiny channel, if you will. So that you'll see a red, and the red will pull it back in. If it's green and it continues to be green, we'll have a breakout. And then once we get over probably here, then we have the potential of going up, like one of these shoulders somewhere. But yeah, we'll see. I'm still not very confident we're out of the woods here. So we'll just put some horizontal lines now that our turtle has expired. And this one here. Yeah. We hardly knew you, turtle. Yeah. So you can tell people are trying to time the bottoms because the volume will go down. See, there's no real volume when it crashes. And then as soon as it hits the bottom, right, they dump volume. Then they let it go. Then they dump volume. So, but it's definitely being marred by the heavy selling pressure. So eventually the balance of power will go back in the favor of the buyers. But right now the sellers are stronger than the buyers. For sure. But yeah. God, who could buy a 10-year bond at 1.7% when you have too much money and you don't want to see it ever again? Buy a bond. Like, fuck. If there's a war on, maybe. But, God, man. Who the hell buys bonds? They're the dullest, slowest investment thing ever. Yeah. Yeah, I think my next big investments are going to be, yeah, Captain America supporters. You nailed it. I think my next big investment plays are going to be buying corporate debt. So wait till there's an economic downturn, and then they pay like 20, 30% interest on corporate debt, depending on how shitty the company is. So, you know, if you're going to pay me 30% interest to give you $1,000 or $10,000, it's like, I can't, I can make that on the stock market pretty easy yearly, but I actually have to work for it. But the problem with that corporate debt is they could go defunct and take all your money. So you don't have a lot of safety. So is it worth the 30% risk? So it's, whereas at least the stock market, you can pull the plug when you want to. But I think I might diversify and just buy up debt or even nation debt, which are essentially government bonds. I heard Zimbabwe is, printing money. Maybe buy a whole bunch of Vietnamese dongs. Get a fistful of dongs. But eventually I have to diversify. So that's a nice green. Ugh, it's definitely showing upwards, but I don't think it's gonna hold. Phrasing. Oh, Archer, so good. Yeah, there's definitely a delay between my audio and when you guys react in the chat. I look at the stream and my mouse moves about a half a second delay between my mouse and uh, the YouTube studio, but I'm guessing there's an additional delay between YouTube studio and you guys. But you figure it shouldn't be that long. It should be relatively quick, but no, it's got to be a fistful of dollars, so it's a fistful of dongs, a few dongs more. And the good, the bad, and the dongs. Yeah. No, there's no delay. It's the only delay that exists is going to be from YouTube to you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you guys were quoting about 4 seconds or so. You can check if the slider is not all the way to the end. So basically you're living in the past. Just make sure the slider is pushed all the way to live, or you'll be always living 20 seconds in the past. Yeah. Yeah, this is hardly taxing my internet. I'm using 8% of my CPU, and I'm pumping out 1080p at 30 frames per second. And apparently I had 94 dropped frames, which is 0% of the total frames. Nice. Yeah. No, I know what you meant. Um, yeah. Like I do a lot of online gaming. I get the idea of ping. So, but a 4 second delay is 400 ping. So that's Australia level garbage, right? So it's probably more me uploading is probably the slower element. So YouTube itself is going to provide the biggest delay, I think. Because as I sent it to YouTube, then YouTube has to cut it up and mail it out. And they're obviously not giving me priority speed. Yeah, well, I hear Weirjair's not doing so well, so he may have had to downgrade his internet to pay the bills this month. To lower his costs, he's gone back to a 56K. If he sells his shirt, maybe his shoes, he can dial that up a little. You're not doing that bad yet. At asterisks. Yeah, yeah. As long as you stay out of the ramen noodle. There's some guy talking about how he's hoarding shares on Reddit, and he's like, "I just got over 100." Oh, you're really hoarding those shares, buddy. Uh, I guess hoarding shares is just buying a lot and not selling them, but you know, you'd have to have a lot of money and then try buy up the company. Like, we're probably talking about I don't know, hundreds of millions of dollars. The company's worth, let's say, $8 billion. So you probably need about a billion to at least be partly controlling the yeah. I'm sorry, 100's a little close, just a little off the mark. Might have to add a lot of zeros behind that. They probably are, because it's illegal for them to offer advice, but it's not illegal for them to take money to try to drive the market one way or the other, because it's just for entertainment purposes. Wink. And by entertainment, I mean market manipulation, like Fox News. Like, I don't know how they are allowed to say they're journalists. It's like that's some pretty loose standards you got there, you know. But yeah, at least the financial markets they're pretty well regulated. It's a little bit of the Wild West, but if you do break the law, the sheriff does come and kick your ass. Most times when people break the law, it's uh, it's non-intentionally. Like Vanguard, no, Citadel. Citadel got nailed, but it was their robots. They weren't adding up the arithmetic properly, so they got nailed for, a small mathematical error, and then that error became big because it's trading a lot. So, but then again, it's also plausible deniability. You're like, oh, whoops, we made a math error by stealing the zeros like in Office Space, and then that was an error. Meanwhile, you were just hoping you got away with it. So, yeah, potato, potato, but generally there's no uh, visible malicious stuff that like Ponzi schemes and pumps and dumps. They get nailed. Nobody big's gonna do that. That's an easy way to lose your whole company. But yeah, yeah. I think if we just hold, we pool all our money together and we just buy when it's back at a dollar, then we'll all be board members. But you want to be a board member of a company that's about to go under? So it's still a gamble. Yeah. Yeah, Zach hasn't asked about his positions yet. Oh man, this is just killer. Ugh. At least I have Reddit chat to keep me company. It's always good for a little bit of a lull. Although it looks like the chat just died. Yeah, exactly. So this is going into a pendant shape, which might be a breakout, but we'll see. Yeah. Yeah. The volume shows no commitment. She's coming back down to earth. Ah, Q belts. Belch just posted in the chat how shitty my microphone is, which is now sitting on my screen because there's no one chatting. Well done. The what the fuck BBQ. Classic. And watch my viewers go through the roof as people Google who the hell this guy is. Excuse me. But yeah, we might have our breakout soon. People should be getting back from lunch. We're coming up on 1 o'clock. Yeah, it works either way. Like, no one's chatting. That's rare. What happened to the non-stop spam, right? Yeah, I'm looking at it as well. It might be able to do a technical breakout, but you see it's been pushed down twice now. Let's take a look. I'll load up my brokerage just in case. Okay, buy 4,000. Preview order. Okay. But yeah, I'm not buying yet. We're not out of the woods. It's looking good, but you're also only, well, yeah, you're only about $3 from Badlands, but they've already gone down once. You know what? Maybe I'll make a short-term play. Yeah, I'm gonna make a short-term play. I'll just play it really tight. Okay, I'm in the market now. Fuck it. I need some action. Already down $2. Up $10. Yeah, YOLO. I love how somebody just posted, is this thing dead? Yeah. Nice. No one gives a shit anymore. We're looking at the chat lounge. I'll post a link for you guys here and paste. So this is the one we all came from basically. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. So I'm in here. And we'll hope that that's the end of it and we'll trickle up over time. Or not. And then I'll keep an eye on GME. If GME goes under 200, I'll sell. God fucking Christ. The second I buy, eh? Just fuck. I can't win. I can't have optimism. Come on, Red. I finally think you're turning it around. You're getting on the right foot, and you just screw me. Oh, well. It should. Well, it's moving now, but it's not moving that quickly. I went back to the main page and I clicked on, oh, maybe I got to refresh. Oh, yeah, okay. It's because they made a new one. That's the old one. That's why. Okay, okay. Yeah. So, yeah, it's dead and everybody found out it's dead. Okay, give me a second. And they really need to update these like at the correct time. So this is the that's the one now. You know, hopefully this lines up. We'll see just how bad this is. Is it moving? Yeah, that's a new one. Oh, it's because it's stuck. Give me a second. I gotta click something. Interact. There you go. There we go. Now we're back. Oop. I just about closed the stream like an idiot. All right. Now we're all back on the same track. Because I was like, man, the chat really slowed down. Where's all the spam bullshit? There you are, Belts. Where's our 50K end of day? I already got my Lambo pre-purchased. You know. Ugh. So this Mad Alex is betting on 7K. Yeah, on what time frame? 5 years from now? uh, It depends on your measurement. So in the US, I think it's a year. Um, for a day trader, it's going up instead of down. Swing trader, it's more than a day. Short position would be less than a day. Long position would be more than a day. But generally, when you short something, you're betting on it going down. Long means you're betting on it going up. But if you're talking about time frames, it's all dependent. Yeah, yeah. 30 seconds, yeah. Yeah, for me, it's about eh, my trade should pay out in about 10 minutes. If it goes longer than 10 minutes, usually something's wrong. But yeah, yeah, for legal reasons in the US, I think it's you have to hold for a year or you get different types of um, taxing. Gorilla AMC stands for apes making cakes. Man, who thinks of this shit? Yeah, I got. Oh, do you have 1.4K stocks or 1.K dollars in stocks? So usually when you're telling people, it will be the number of shares at price, or you just number of AMC shares. Um, yeah. See you where, Jer. Yeah, just to aid in the lack of confusion. Ah, okay. Stock shares. You don't need stocks in there. You don't need both. Yeah. So you have 400 share, or sorry, 1,400 shares. Yeah. Or you have 13.80 times 1,400 in the stocks. Yeah, it's all good. Just give me a quick English, and you're good. You're good to go. So I'm at 4,000, which is about 60 grand, and so you're at a fourth or half of that. So you're around 20,000. It's measured in the minutes. It's measured in stocks. Volume's measured in stocks traded, and it's usually in intervals of 100. So basically, if you see a number that says like 1,000, it's 1,000 times 100 usually. But this volume on this has been kind of weird, so just use it as a relative, not absolute, because my numbers don't match for some reason. Good stuff. So yeah, we're going into another pendant, which I hope is not going to turn into a crash, but it's definitely trying. Yeah, I pay a flat fee, but it's essentially around 1%. Yeah. The worst is people that do currency exchange every time they trade. I'm like, are you dumb? You're losing 2.5 both ways. You're losing 5% on everything you do on the total amount. So you have to make like 5% just to break even. It's like, oh my God, that is just dumb. You definitely, if you're If you're working in US dollars, stay in US dollars. Currency exchange is no good. But yeah. Well, here if I call my brokerage, they'll charge me $50 to handle the phone call. And it's like, no. You know, I'll just press buttons myself and keep the money. Son of a bitch. It's low volume, but it's showing it doesn't want to go up. Ugh, looks like I'm gonna lose another $200. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's just for the hassle of them executing your order, talking to you. I mean, a real stockbroker charges what, thousands of dollars an hour. So a couple minutes of his time is $50. Yeah. Depends on how much money you're moving. Hell, making $1,000 an hour and you only work 9 hours a day. If you're moving millions of dollars, 9 grand is chump change. So, yeah, yeah. Fuck, it is not doing good. We're getting larger reds. We're going back down to the black line. Well, GME is still okay. Dow is going down. Nasdaq's almost at 2%. S&P has not really moved. Gold's still gold. Now I gotta figure if I can ride this out, or are we gonna go under the black line? Thick. GME is still holding. Whoa. What was that? Whoa, what is going on? We're going into a panic sell? What was that? We jumped. And then we jumped. Yeah, that should be destroyed. What the fuck was that? Now, if this goes back to its full size, you better get out. Something's not right. That was weird. Guess somebody was playing it too close to the chest and bailed. Okay, we're doing okay. So still okay. GME dropped $2. Might have maybe what triggered us. Dow's going down. That's going down. Everyone's going down. Okay, so this is probably my last chance to get out. This will be the last green. Okay, they're doing fine. Everyone's kind of bouncing. Okay, everyone's sort of green. Can I get a little bit of height so I can get out without losing too much money? There we go. That green has gotten reduced. Oh, it's still going up. The fuck is going on? It's at 1410. It just hasn't updated. There's something up. Something spooked the market. I mean, that's kind of normal, but you generally don't go back down. You do it up and you kind of level out with this. But see, there's a big chunk there at 1230. Everyone just hit the liquefy button right at 1230. Yeah, Weird. Except gold. Gold hit the buy button at 12:30. I'm confused as to what just happened. Yeah, it's got to be some sort of news. If you have that level of coordination, it's got to be something that happened at 12:30. Some senator did something. Um, mm, fuck me. All right, I'm gonna have to close my position before I lose everything. I really don't want to. We're right at the bottom, so the chance of it bouncing is pretty good. But GME is only $2 away from falling. Whoa. The fuck is going on? Alright, I'm out. I don't fucking care. I'm bailing. There's something going on. What the fuck is going on? There's something. And see, people are finding out what it is, so it's increasing, but alright, I'm gonna have to Google. Dow market news. Treasury yields have gone up. That's what's just happened. So money's shifting. But why are we getting nailed? Yeah, fuck it. I'll let it finish its crash. That's pretty steep. I mean, it's not horrible, but that's definitely a trend reversal if there ever was one. I mean, the market can easily recover from that, but I don't feel like losing more money. Yeah. Something's up, though. There's something that's been shitting on us all day, and now there's clearly something's up. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was afraid of. So, yeah, my spidey senses were tingling. It's like I knew that was bad, but I had hope, and I should have sold on the first. But I'm like, you know what? I have hope. And then here, I'm like, no fucking hope. Something is wrong. So that line's going to support us, but if we do settle below this black line, we're going to go for a 6% or 3% drop. So that's our danger line for now. And GME is just $2 away from their danger line. So it's not looking good. I can't advise you, but maybe close your profits. Yeah, it's probably time to take your profits and go. But we'll know in the next couple minutes. Yeah, well, this line represents the very bottom of today, and there's nothing. It's clear sky until 13 something. So here, I'll see. So once you go below that black line, it's all open country, right? You know, you can argue the aftermarket, but the aftermarket gapped up, so it's all open country. So yeah, nothing's going to keep it up if it doesn't want to be up. And that, you'll see a huge spike in volume, and then there'll be a ton of panic because that's going to free fall and scare the crap out of everyone. And then it'll probably bring us down even lower than 1350 or whatever. And then it'll settle down somewhere around here. And then it'll bounce up to 1360 or something after it's done its crash, which is unfortunate, but something's going on that's really dragging us down. The fuck? Just short-term panic? I really don't want to buy the bounce. It's too risky. Let's see. Well, if you're in the negatives, then ride it out. If you're locking in profits, then this might be the last until we roll. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I didn't know where it's going to stop. We luckily stopped above the line. If we stop below the line, there's nothing holding us up, so we can easily fall down. But that's not to say we won't go under it. So I would almost argue you take your profits and run. Yeah, like this here's a bad sign. The volume's huge, but it didn't move, which means there's a ton of sellers, which means this could have easily been red if there wasn't a ton of buyers, which means the next one is probably going to be red. But the buyers are coming out of the woodwork here. Like their normal volume 700, 100, 500. This is 2.4 thousand. For us though, no, we're recovering on medium volume. So that means the sellers can come back with a vengeance and put us right back down. The smaller the volume, the easier it is to turn it around. They're going red. These guys are doing okay. But we're definitely following the Dow. Pretty much the same. Just after them. But GME is now $1.50. Ooh, who did that? Oh, that's only 600 shares. So because their bid and their ask is so wide, so 600 shares went from 1 to 203. So that person bought here and got punished as he gapped up. Sucker. My poor bank account. I think I've lost almost $1,000 today. Sad. Where am I now? Yep, I've lost $1,000. Sad panda. But could have been worse. Yeah, we're still not looking good. That's really nice, but I think that's only short term. These might be just dead cats. There's literally a cat here. So this might just curve. We're seeing it getting shrinking. There's a cat there as well. Little kitty. Yeah, then just stay in. No, it was just red flags, and I knew there was a crash. I just didn't know how big. So I was just getting out before that happened. And then it happened, but luckily it didn't go any further. But it's not to say it could, right? It's just my spidey senses were telling me that I had a bad position and I needed to get out. Oh wells. pending there's no worse news. So maybe that indecision in the morning, maybe they were waiting on the report of the Treasury information. So they were basically not trading until they knew that information. And then when they got it, the market responded. Maybe that's what was going on. There's always something, right? But we figured the guy said yesterday, calm your tits. We're not going to do anything crazy. So, I didn't expect anything psychotic. The Nasdaq's almost down 2% now. 5% is a lot for an index. 15% is a recession. So 2% is getting there. And we're okay. GME is still hovering. Ugh. Yeah, GME's kind of gone stale. AMC is going to hit 18 next Monday. Wow. Thanks, Reddit. Yeah, I don't think it's that critical. We found a bottom. This is looking okay. But there was definitely some pent up energy. You could tell by the volume on the side of that cat's head that it wasn't going to go up. And so that was why I bailed. I'm not sure if we're going to go down further. Nasdaq's still going down. It's 2.03 now. Dow's still holding but declining. S&P is hovering. GME is still up from that big spike they had. So they're still $4 away from oblivion. And we are 18 cents away from our oblivion. So now it's a waiting game. Riding the wave, you'll end up with more money in the end. Or wait till we get back to 13 whatever and you can bail out when it's more assured that we're going to go down more. But I don't know how far we're going to go, right? So we should free fall and go down about 3%, but then we'll bounce. I don't know how high, but we'll get some of that back if we go below that black line. But everything is going red unhappily. So I don't know. Yeah, don't get yourself banned. Because you want to stay in overnight. You don't want to miss out for, an up day, right? So just ride it out. You don't want to be out for tomorrow, I don't think. Must suck having to stare down oblivion. This is what the Allied soldiers felt like on Normandy. They had to watch as the sea of red. Here it comes. Now it's probably going to push back, and then we're going to get one solid push, and then fuck, there it goes. Yeah. Nah, 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 nah,
na 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 na. uh, so we settled below the line, so the next one should push us down. Oh, we settled above the line. Excuse me. Get down, Mr. President. Yeah. Red just shot through the window. Yeah. So then that's the last try for green. And then, boom, big red. And then everyone's going to get out. The writing's on the wall. So that's a classic dead cat right there. Excuse me. So basically go, you bounce. In this case, it's about 50%, but you see it just loses steam. And then it's like, nope. Then people are like, nah, I'm still feeling it. And it's like, no. It's like there's a dead cat and there's another dead cat and oof. And here we're going to do another one. This cat's just bouncing. Ate too much rubber. But, oh man. Look at that volume. That volume tells you that no one wants to go up. So a few people drive the price up, and then the seller comes in and just roundhouse kicks. Oh, you should start posting your positions in the Reddit chat. They're like, don't post your positions. The robots will get you. Just be like, oh, I got 7 billion shares at $5. Just make up numbers. Oh, I'm just here to confuse the robots. They'll all give you like awards. Wow, you're doing the Lord's work. Yep, by making up fictitious numbers to confuse Redditors. Oh, that's it. Okay. So the hedge funds have to liquefy all their positions because the Illuminati need their money back because J.P. Morgan and his confederates are bringing back the American Civil War, and Captain America is going to have to fight off the Winter Soldier, and that's going to require a lot of Nazi gold. Got it. I think I got it now. Yeah, I'm going to draw a kitty. Pretty kitty. Pretty kitty. Kitties are so pretty. Pretty kitty. And he's got pretty kitty paws. And a pretty kitty tail. And he's chonkers. Your tail's a little mangled. I'm just gonna... Oh, God, I just deleted your body. I'm so sorry. Here, let's make you less chonkers. There you go. No, they're kitty paws. It's a chonkers kitty. It's a kitty, not a seal. Where the hell do you people live? In the Baltics? Damn. If it was a seal, it would look like this. And it would go, arf. That should be an R. Now it's just a really fat cat. Possibly even a Dodge dog. If you give it ears. It could be a fat Dodge dog. Dodge. There you go. Yeah.
So the red won't be too big because this black line will help support it. But we're now doing basically the opposite of this, banging against a roof, banging against a roof. We're now going to bang against a floor. But people are more apt to sell than they are to buy. So banging against a floor is not as hard as banging against a ceiling. It's hard to go up, but it's easy to go down. So we'll watch the volume, but the volume is it's medium, but it's definitely not high. Well, except for the sell-offs. So the Dow's gone neutral, S&P's gone neutral, NASDAQ has gone neutral after a bit of a nosedive. And GME is still riding high from this one buy-in. But all they need is one good red and just plop. And then we're still looking at criticality. We'll hit criticality at 200. So might get there eventually. Oh yeah, the ladder attacks. Wink. Oh, that's clearly a ladder attack. You can see the ladder right here. Like it literally is a ladder. Like holy crap. Illuminati confirmed. Or is it a railroad tie? Oh, is it 1900s oil and train conglomerates are conspiring against our modern stock market? Haha, we got them. Ladies and gentlemen, we got them. Or does H mean something? Ooh, if we connect the dots, H means helipad, and helipad with a dog. There's some secret X-File stuff. Oh yeah, there you go. H, ARF, HF, hedge fun. Oh my god, we cracked it. It's now known. This is a scared kitty. Or another turtle. It could be another turtle. With the little turtle tail. There's his little turtle eye. Let's hope this turtle lasts a little longer. Doesn't start bleeding from his eyes. Oh no. Poor turtles. Oh, he might be okay. He's a happy turtle. He's just eating his little grass. Doing his turtle things. Trying not to be killed. Oh no. Oh geez. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is not safe for work, kids. What's happening to that turtle? Oh, and our volume is toast. Whoa, the volume picked up fast. It was nothing and then it just jumped. No, you missed a large crash. all the market turned red, and we dropped considerably from earlier. Now we're just watching the second turtle potentially bleed to death, and we'll see where we're going. GME is doing okay now. Our last turtle kind of hemorrhaged from the neck. We don't know, but the only news I could find was that the treasury yields went up. So basically, they moved the money out of the stock market and put it into bonds when the yields improve. But it's not a big crash. It was just enough to make the NASDAQ go -2. Now it's -1.7. But it was just enough for to push us. Like we were treading water, and it just said, "To hell with you," and we went down. Yeah, Donatello's not doing so good. Yeah, well, I was asked to draw a turtle, and then the crash happened right on his neck. I built a turtle here, and it just poor turtle. So I'm like, I'll draw another turtle. Kind of looks like a cat, but I sucked at drawing a cat, so I drew a turtle. This turtle doesn't look like it's doing so good. Oh dear, it's got a nosebleed. Poor guy. Here, let me get a tissue for you. Wow, you're gonna need the whole box. Luckily, I drew a box for you there. Let's soak up some of your nosebleed. There we go. Oh, he's eating some of his lettuce, I guess. Nom nom nom. That's a mighty good green grass. I think at this point we can only make the turtle comfortable. But see, there's the x-ray of the turtle. That's his blood in, blood out, blood in, blood out. Take a screen cap. Look at the humanity. I can't help it if the turtle has sudden nosebleeds. It's just the poor turtle. Yeah, that person got deleted. Yeah, he's just enjoying his meal. Here, I'll get the turtle tombstone ready. Donatello. That's good enough. Little turtle. And I don't know how long turtles live. Let's say it's a small turtle, so 8 years. So 20, 2000. No, wait. Oh, okay. Well, maybe he'll live a little longer. 2019 to 2021. We'll see. He's now got plants growing through his head. Maybe I'll make a lovely flower. But I think this is too much. The volume's too high. So Probably just going to go right through here. Whoever's just joining this stream is going to be thoroughly confused. So that's looking good. Still not out of the woods, but good. Decent. Good. GME is doing exceptionally good on medium volume. Might be our turn. Maybe. You could risk a buy-in, I guess. I don't know if the worst is over because I don't know what happened. But every time I buy, it goes red, so I'm just gonna step away on that. I don't know how that's still going up. Let's just help it along. Just tons of anchors. Weigh that down. Yeah. So that looks like a bull run setup. There is pent up energy. Volume's increasing. You might be able to get a short run. Your next stop is 1422. But I bet you if I go, okay, I'm in, watch it go red. Because that's just how today is gonna be. Yeah, it doesn't really have the energy to, it's very confusing. And of course turns around, turning around, turning around. So what are we gonna do? We should see red. Our volume is where? Yeah, so I don't know what's going on. We're like frozen. Just everyone stopped using the stock market or something. Yeah, we've gone flat on like no volume. So it's right here. Huh. So that's 5. But if you go at the start, then yeah, we are bouncing against the line. But that would be weird because you're going after the you'd want the top. So we're right now playing at the 50 mark. Yeah. So will get pulled back down. Lunch was an hour ago. So lunch would be between 12 and 13. This segment right here. But yeah, we're not doing so well. Yeah, just wait this out. You really have, that's a bad sign for a crash. 3 kings. Or the 3 soldiers, or I forget what it's called. So the next one's a river card. But this one's slowly being crushed. So this one has to be the same size. 3 guys in descending order. Preferably with the same sticks, but this just shows a moment of weakness. It goes down further. But if this guy stays up, it's showing a moment of strength. So it kind of defeats the pattern. The 1, 2, 3 drop. 1, 2 drop. So there's our moment of strength. So if this guy here went to here, then you'd have a long red. But because he didn't, you started here. And then we now might get our long red, but now it has to get past this guy. And if he does that, then we'll drop down. And then for green, if green gets over this, we'll get a jump up. And then we just have to get over this. Which is probably, if I do a chart, yeah, see, 2.5. This one's 0.5. And the bottom here is 61. So it all lines up. It's a silly Fibonacci box. It's everywhere. Well, we gapped up. We're still trading by the pennies, so we shouldn't have flew off the handle there. Oh, did I delete the volume? Where did that go? Silly me. There we go. Yeah, we're super low volume. Two, 5, 1, 900. So we'll see. exactly. Like I'm down $1,000, so I'm down like 1% today trying to make profit, whereas you lost nothing. Green is green. I'm just trying to find a spot to get in, but we're still kind of treading. And yeah, I don't trust that everything is okay. I got shook. Oh, I sold and got out, so I did lose. Yeah. But yes, you haven't lost anything yet. Yeah. But give it some time, you know? Still plenty of time to lose it. Just like I have plenty of time to lose my money. Yes, exactly. The law of atrophy on a long enough time frame, everything goes to zero, including your bank account. Yeah. But God, that's just jumping. Like, it's doing this and this. Like, just pick some type of direction. It's all over the place. Preferably in the down direction so we can just get this over with. Just plummet. Go back into the trash hole that you come from whence you came. Actually, I'll just make a naval blockade. There. That should help. There. So we're just thinly trading. Just waiting. Yeah, all you need is a chart, would you? Just a chart. Only thing I would have that would improve would maybe be on my cursor. I could click twice and it would tell me this number. That would be nice. Or for every stick, it just makes one of these, just so I could see where it's landing. And if it ever touches a line more than, let's say, 3 times, it draws a black line across the screen. So it would automatically make support and resistance for me. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can analyze the stock market, but we're on the bleeding edge here. Like, history is being written. If we scroll like this and I just leave the screen, we'll come back and history will have played out. It's pretty cool. Yeah. So that's looking positive. GME is back up somewhere around here. This is going into a technical breakout. Maybe. Volume says no. I don't know. I got out just before this crash here. So I bought here and I sold here and I dodged this mess. But I should have sold immediately when it started to go, but I was like, maybe it will stay within this. But as soon as it passed this guy, I knew it was going to go down. So I'm currently out. I'm trying to figure out if this is going to go up or down, and it doesn't know either. We're really following the Dow today. Like, we're almost identical. Although we're not getting the same amount of lift here. Whoops. Yeah, see, they got a nicer lift. And then we had a sell-off in here. But that corresponds with GME. But GME is just trading so thin. It's just flats everywhere. So I don't know. Don't know what is up. Sweet. How are you doing? Crickets. They just crashed right on it. So they're not down at IPO price yet. So they would have to go, their lowest is 66 or IPO open. Not bad. They're getting there. Down, down, down they go. Question is, are we gonna go to? Hard to tell. It's not looking great, but this is better than down. Yeah, now it's an upwards indecision. But we've had upwards here as well, and then it crashed. This one is slightly upwards, crashed. Up, retraction, up, can't do it. We fall on our own steam. Cat bounce, recovery, fall, this, recovery, fall, question mark. So who knows? Well, that's looking good. Volume says no, but that hasn't stopped it yet. They're going flat. They're curving. And the gold is retracting from its reaction at noon. Yeah, I don't know what to recommend here. It looks like it's going to keep trending up, but because nothing's changing. But as soon as something bad comes along, it's lights out. But right now it's just trending because nothing's going on. Okay, now that should trigger the turnaround. That should pull us down. Give us some red. GXY, isn't this gold? Oh no, it's not gold. That's gold. Sorry. This is gold. They look very similar. Um, in their shapes. Yeah, sorry, this is gold. Let's just flip those over. Yeah. So gold's on a bender from an hour later. Yeah. The DXY is the dollar on average with a basket of currencies. So relative strength of the US dollar. Yeah. My bad. Yes. The stock we're growing to 30, right? So the stock will float up naturally to 30 or 20 something if there's no stimulus, I would say. And that's the institutionals buying in and the positive time element of this company and all that sort of thing. But if we're just running on autopilot, as soon as people get back in, they can bomb it into oblivion. Um, so it's kind of, oh yeah, but we already knew that. Like that, there's almost no downward slope here. It's crashing, then flat. There's no negativity. It's just flat, down. And the downs you can't stop, but it's always positive, positive, like positive. It's all positive. So really, when you start worrying is when you see this, the slow trickle down, the fast trickle down, the indecision and massive crash. So this one's a trickle down as well. So we're doing good. Um, but yeah, I'm just not feeling it. So Zach finally showed up for the person that was missing him, wondering why we're all still here. Yep. It's not like I run a daily uh, stock trading stream. It's almost like I'm here every day. It's so tempting to buy. So tempting. You're all here riding my coattails, trying to steal my ideas. I know. Hedge fund plants. There you go. Good move, Stacy. Hmm. We should all go liquefy our AMC positions and buy GME. Clearly the winner. They're trending upwards on low to no volume. How much could I have made? 2%. Still holding. Still going up. Going up. Yeah. We're going to have a technical breakout real soon. Then we might be able to get back up to here. Guess I'll buy in on the next big red. Yeah, the stock market takes time to turn around. Doesn't just pivot on a single day. I mean, 30% a day is pretty good. The company itself grew 30% in a single day. That's 1/3 approximately. That's nuts. That just shows you that the company is undervalued. We're up another 5% today. Did the company magically just do 5% better earnings or 5% better? No, we're just gaining back value. So, well, I mean, I'm almost 100% richer. You know, it's you just have to find your own personal wealth. You can pick any horse you want. This one is just a horse I know, so at least I'll make better decisions when it's acting funny like this. There's something wrong with my horsey. Yeah. So these are all still good, but we're not seeing it. Just give it a couple days and watch it explode. Interesting volume pickup. Why the sudden volume? For what? Going to the moon? It's always tomorrow. Well, good thing I didn't buy. We just erased 30 minutes, almost 30 minutes worth of gains. Okay, so yeah, I would just refer to that playing within a channel. And yeah, some stocks actually get stuck between a roof and a floor. If they don't have enough volume, they'll basically bounce up and down for even weeks, even months. But those are only really big companies. We're on our way to 30, and anything that stops us from that is just temporary delays. So we shouldn't get stuck for long at all. So if you're quoting somebody here, um, using a 12 EMA, exponential moving average. Oh, if well, all right. To finish that one sentence, basically, um, that's just giving you an average of the last 21 bars for your measurement. So it's kind of useful if you're thinking this as like a wave, right? It's smoothing it out so that you can see the pattern, but you can just use your eyeballs. Um, but people do make decisions based on the wave, saying it's oversold or undersold. I tend to just use a straight line versus a moving line because you'll find that they'll fall back to the line more than they're gonna, you know, break out. It, that's more for stocks that don't have volatility because they're doing that S pattern all day, and then all of a sudden they start changing. You need to be able to alert yourself to that change. And anyways, so that's where the exponential moving average, and there's a whole bunch of stuff relating to 21, 2018, 26, I think is also popular. Um, I can't remember any other numbers, but yeah, so there's a whole bunch of stuff. Um, but it's not anything that means anything. It's just that's what they're using to judge. Because how do I say to you, like, without looking at the chart, how do I explain this, right? So you say, that on the 21 EMA, when it intersects, so what that's meaning is as it's curving in an S, when there's an intersection, we're going above average for the last 21 minutes, or we're going above or below average in the last 21 minutes. And so, that's one way to describe what you're seeing, but I just do it by drawing on a chart for you guys. But yeah, it doesn't convey the whole picture. Anytime you use any type of yardstick, you're losing fidelity because you're pushing it into a shape or a box. But anyways, that being said, if you're asking where I would sell, it depends on the speed, the momentum. But I would be leery anything over 1440. Yeah, 1440 today is a sell zone. There's something wrong. I don't know why we can't go here. Um, but if everything was good today, I would say our sell zone would have been somewhere above 15 in the short term because I think we're too high. So if we went right up to 15, the likelihood of a retraction would be very high. Now that we kind of had a retraction, I don't know if it's done yet, but uh, yeah, there's something wrong up here, so I don't know. It all depends on the velocity. Because yeah, if this went poorly, we would go down to here, and then we'd be doing what we're doing right now on our way out. But we didn't have a big crash, even though we got really close to that. So now we're doing our recovery. Now we have to get over this line and over this line. And right now we're doing this one. But if we hit this line and we don't like it, then we could, and then potentially if things are negative. But why would anyone sell off when we're going to be positive in the future? So, but then why and did this happen? But this could have been just the water level was just draining. So if we're measuring where our boat is and the big indexes sell off, we're not actually selling. We're just sinking because money has left the market. So we're now lower, but we're not actually, saying fuck it, abandon ship. But the volume is high enough that there is some level of people pushing the water level down. It's not just institutionals lowering their position or switching out funds. So there's a combination of things going on, and I'm not quite sure what. Yeah, because if it was no volume or low volume, then that would just be money leaking out, and the fact that it's happened at the same times, you know, it's pairing up with. Well, here I could do no. If I do this, and so if we compare ourselves, so see there's a drop there. This scale is going to be a lot more mute. It's very difficult to get it to be happy. But see, crash, crash, up inflection, up inflection. We peak. Then when it says no, we go down. We're good until it starts to go down again. It goes relatively neutral, then drops. We drop as well. Now it's starting to climb up. We're climbing up as well. So I don't know, like this is the money flowing in and out, and it's on an upwards trend, but we're going flat, if not down. So we're losing more money than the market's losing. So I don't know really what is up. Oh, we should go check on Rocket. I haven't seen that in a while. Wonder where it is. Let's see. I'll just use this so I don't have to get up. It's had a bad couple weeks. Just crick, 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 crick. When was Rocket popular? Oh, there it is. Oh, it stayed up. Got fresh money. So it went from 0 to 100%, doubled your money, and ended up at 30. So you lost 60% from here, if I did my math right. 50. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like, yeah, Rocket's not having a good one. Yeah, I'm just concerned we're going to have a bigger drop. But we should be okay. We've had bigger jumps, though that was 100% reversal. It's hard to tell. Yeah. Yeah, when I do the compare, the Dow is going to be much more flat. But if you see how I alternate, when I alternate, it's trending like this and we're not following it. But when it's had its downs here, they correspond with us. It's just difference in water levels, if you will. So they represent the sea or the tides, and then we represent a boat, and our local water is affected by the moon. Um, if you're not, if you're so 12 o'clock was a bust, so that's going to set us in a negative trend, and we're not forming up any shape. We kind of had a U shape, and now we're collapsing. So it's quite possible we'll trickle off for the rest of the day and drop later in the day, unless this can come out of nowhere and complete the U shape. But it's not looking great. And GME is just doing weird shit. Like, they're just flying all over the place. But their volume is really low. 100 shares, 200 shares. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Our volume is at 90 million, so we're pretty heavy for average. So this is pretty much, confident sell-offs and confident buys. So hard to tell. What was the dip today? 3% I could have made. Balls. Oh well. Well, GME is clearly going up. Right there. Look at that. Oh, when you trade stocks more, Zach, you'll understand it's not a matter of GME does not have to go up. It just has to go up sometimes so that AMC can flourish. And it just means you'll be buying AMC on discount until GME dies or is forgotten, which can happen any day. So, yeah. Yeah, I'll buy in before close for sure. See if I can get some of that overnight. It's just the nature of them being bought together, right? So eventually they're going to separate. They are separating, and we've seen it the last couple of days. But they definitely still have an effect on us. We're not moving one to one, though. And I'm sure if we put BlackBerry up here and Nokia and whatever, we'll see that there's buy-ins, like a meme portfolio. Yeah, they're going to find a new one, and it'll surprise you. They'll find a new goalpost. There's somebody with a name not new to stocks, but then he's trying to figure out how stock prices go down. Oh dear. No, I only trade AMC right now. I can only really follow one horse. And I just try to use that horse and squeeze out as much as I can. So like today is 4%. I could have made 3% buying at the low, selling at the peak. And I'm out of the market because this keeps happening. Yeah, exactly. It's better to hold. I just play things tight, so I get in and out frequently. If I stayed in, I'd probably be $1,000 richer today. But them the breaks. Oh, damn. Falling asleep here. Yeah, I love that. Hold. All I can think of is like that the picture with all the deformed head that guy that they use all the time. Uh, I don't even know what to call him. But he has like the banana shaped head and they're all standing around him patting his back. So that's what I envision when someone says hold. Yeah, exactly. They're all like, "We're here for you, buddy," even though he's missing like a third of his head. Yes. Yeah. No, GME's not dragging us down like they used to. Like the market is red. So gold is negative 0.5%. The Nasdaq's almost back to 2 again. S&P's 0.5% in the hole. So it's definitely not a happy day, and we're still got 4%. But most of that's from overnight, so we're really only up about 1 to 0.2%. I'm just watching Reddit right now and laughing at all of it. Eat a Stickers, bro. You're not you new when you're hungry. Oh man, it's stuff like that. Just the complete random creativity. Now, if you look, we have about 47 viewers right now. So it corresponds with the share price. We peaked, I think, at 60 today. And as the share price goes down, we lose people. It's Oh, really? You're going to try to time this? It's not looking healthy, but we don't have the volume yet to free fall. Although the volume did just pick up. Look at those numbers right here. There were 1,000 back and forth, but that hasn't hit the market yet. Yeah, the numbers are starting to get big, but we're not moving. Pretty good. GME is had a record buy only. Holy crap. Buy, 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 buy. Well, well, it finished green. We don't know the buyers and sellers here, but still, no reds. Whoa. Yeah, that's an unhealthy trajectory. My whole screen turned red. So that's the Dow, S&P, Nasdaq. We're all going to a dirt nap. All right, let's buckle up for safety. Yeah, I was a little zoomed in. I'm just like, these numbers look bigger. And then it's like, you're too zoomed in, red. I mean, it's not huge. I mean, there has been bigger, but that's very sharp. Like, so, yeah, see, we're not forming any type of shape. We're really just like, we tried to get out, and this is going to collapse. Like, how many friggin' chances are you going to get at escaping, trying to go up? Like, you had all this time, and you did nothing with it, so plump. So the next one is here, somewhere down here. And then let's just draw a line here so I can see it. Yeah, oh, my bad. There we go. We'll see. So apparently asking if AMC is going to the moon constitutes financial advice on Reddit. Oh man. Still treading water. So GME is now at 203. So 200's the number to watch on the watch list. NASDAQ is over negative 2%. Now it's exactly 2%. And the S&P is basically around, oh, we're getting a sudden burst of low volume green. I don't see a turnaround. So the S&P is still 0.65. The Dow is now down to 0.16. Yeah, that little burst just got completely eaten, or 80% eaten, 50% eaten. Needs to go a little further. That's interesting. It's really trying to tread water here. Guess people are getting bored. See how this plays out. It should be a red that destroys it, though. Yeah. Well, sometimes the stock needs a day or two to rest. It's the same as like when there's a big crash. It needs like 2 to 3 days to sort itself out. So maybe, this is the rest as we consolidate kind of our 14. We were just at 10 and 8 not so long ago. But I figured with the stimulus we'd see more of an upwards push, but the markets today are not happy. So for whatever reason, there's just negativity across the board. Yeah, it's possible. Like, we'll see tomorrow. But if tomorrow's going to be an extremely crazy day, then today might be the calm before the storm, right? I, you know, the market is undecided because no one knows what to do, because no one knows the impact that tomorrow's going to have. So they try to price it in, and then we're stuck at a price, let's say 14.20, and then the motion you see is the up and downs of the global market. But our contribution to the water level is flat because we're undecided where we should go. That's a possibility. But we'll know that tomorrow. If tomorrow's nutso, then today is just the calm before the storm. If tomorrow's nothing, then I have no clue what today is what's going on today. So, because usually you see something like this before earnings, because they know what price it should be, so there's no point going any higher. So it flattens right out until it's confirmed or denied. Normally you see this kind of blah. Oh, that's a great song. You always got to look on the bright side of stocks. Whistle, 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 whistle. Someone posted on Reddit, should I buy my boyfriend's girlfriend a butt plug? The question is not whether I should buy it, but the width is the response. Oh my God. Uh, I probably wouldn't take a nap or probably minutes to so away from a bit of a crash. But yeah, you could pretty much nap until the last 30 minutes if you don't care. Like if you don't plan on buying. This might be the start of it. It's Europe going back into lockdown. That would put a damper on AMC. Hell, it put a damper on the whole market. How old's that news? Like minutes? Because the market's turning red. We just went up another, or down another 25.25%. The Dow has lost everything. The Dow's about to go red. Yeah, the news is just hitting the market. It's, yeah, it's fear. Well, any hope of a breakout's not going to happen. Oh, okay. They're rebounding. How long is that going to hold, though? Uh, well, we don't know the impact of that news. It's slowing down and stopping, so it's not too bad, I guess. So all of these guys here are they're they reacted, but they're stopping their descent. So yeah, the lockdown order is probably here, and then we're just learning about it now. But the market knew about it here. And if that's true, it'd be, yeah, see, the same spot for all of them. Yeah. So that's probably what this was. Yeah. where we only found out now because of this. But yeah. Well, so far we're holding our ground. So the worst of it might already be done. There's a dead kitty. That's a good example of a dead cat. No, it's done. Click. Wrong. How's GME taking it? They don't care. Yeah, if anybody should get hurt, it's us. Really? There's a crypto for that? Oh my god. Yeah. Hmm. Well, this is all good. Yeah. All right, I gotta sit up and look for. I'm gonna have to look at sister stocks and see how they're reacting. Cinemark. So what I want is a company that has high exposure in Paris. I see Cinemark. Oh, that's economy. I don't want that. Cine. Cina. Oh man. I don't know their tag. Let's see here. Cinemark. Paris, PA. We'll get the Paris Stock Exchange up. CNK, thanks. I don't know what Paris's index is, but the airports of Paris are trading on the markets. But okay, CNK. Let's see how they're reacting. They are reacting very poorly. And they're not so they're doing more volatile than us, but they're following kind of the same trend as us. But they're in an unhealthy blah. So they're probably mirroring us. Let me put us up with them. AMC. So they got none of our upswing. So they're just slow growth. But they did get matched with us early. Okay, when's this? Back in 2020. So yeah, look at how close we are, right? So somebody's obviously trading, and then all of a sudden this happens, and then yeah, we basically say fuck you, and they go nah. They grew from 60, not even. They just grew nothing. Um, yeah, suckers. Okay. So yeah, the moral of the story here is we haven't reacted poorly yet, but it looks like Cinemark is it's starting to go red. But I had to zoom out, so it doesn't really mean much because they don't move that much. Their volume is 2 million a day. So yeah, they're not, and they're actually in a downwards trend anyways. Why we've been going up. So let's go take a look at us. Um, Now let's see. What else can I look at from Paris? Paris. Do you know a company that does retail in Paris? Um, or airplanes in Paris? Actually, airplanes in Paris would do it. That airport might work. Ah, yes. There we go. Air France. There we go. Okay. Let's see how they're taking this news. Positively? What? How does a lockdown help them positively? Huge buy-in. What? That makes no friggin' sense. So they usually trade like 1,000 shares, and someone just bought in 300 on the lockdown news. The fuck? I don't know what the fuck that was. Okay, so over the counter, these are Germans, or Hong Kong. Which one? Over the counter doesn't really count. I'm guessing they're trading on the German networks. So it would be one of these. I think it's the FTSE. So it'd be this one. Volume's too low. It's not this one. This one? That's the same one. This one? Volume's still super low. Oh, they're Hong Kong? Well, okay. But that's not Paris, right? They're they're out in Hong Kong. Or they're just there for tax purposes? Yeah, we're going back into lockdown, or a more severe lockdown as well. Um, yeah, I guess we'll see how this plays out. So we did just have a dip. Yeah. Hmm. I don't know yet. It doesn't look like everyone's panicking. You can see the market's gone completely red, right? So we might be just treading water and our crash is coming. I don't really think we're going to have much more positive because the day is running out, right? So you could play it safe and maybe lock in your profits, but then you might have a swing overnight. But I don't know. I don't know if it's getting worse. At least the S&P is now -1. The Nasdaq's going to -3. It's at 2.5. Yeah, I think we're just treading water until we're gonna crash. Everyone's going red, so yeah, we're probably gonna wipe out our two. I don't know. I think if I had money in, I probably the safest would be to bail, but I would want to be in for tomorrow. So I don't fucking know. 3%. plus, so 5% total maybe. Knocking out the 3 from today, and then yeah, it's probably about 3%. If we break the line here, if we break this line, then we'll go down about 3%, I think. 2.3, possibly 4, but doubt it. You're basically just going to go back down to yesterday. Yeah, exactly. If it was really going to be severe, we would have reacted by now. Which we evidently haven't. If the NASDAQ goes 3%, 5%, or something like that, then I would be bailing regardless. It's going to start panic selling if the NASDAQ got up to 5. It's almost at 3. So everyone's going to pull their money because they think the second wave of lockdowns is going to come. And then they're going to be like, oh, what if the US calls a lockdown? I better get my money out next. Right. But we'll see. You still have a little bit of room before it will go down based on the technicals. So maybe that's what was going on. Maybe Paris was going to announce something relating to COVID and basically froze our stock. Maybe that was it. Because we're seeing indecision, right? Like it's waiting for a decision. And maybe that's it. Because insider traders and all that sort of stuff get knowledge, right? So they know ahead of time. And then we just find out an hour or two later. That would make a lot more sense. You know, it's like waiting for that guy to talk yesterday, right? If you know it's coming, then you're just waiting for the hammer to drop. But if that's the case, we should see the impact right now. It should be massive and heavy. Volume did spike, so we did get an increase in volume, and we are starting to roll. Yeah, we're about to go free fall. If it gets past this line, oh, it's thinking about it. Yeah. I'm just going to double check I'm out of the market. Now the question is, do I want to buy in for overnight? Because as I pointed, right, the most negative thing that this company could do, aside from their CEO going stupid, is basically another round of lockdowns would be, or the vaccine doesn't work. That would probably be the most lethal thing to our stock. But I do like the fact, they have extra awesome cool cleaning. But if the government says F you, then it's not about consumer confidence, which is one thing. People can't physically go legally. So, yeah, it's a bummer. But the nice thing is we'll at least be able to buy more AMC on discount. So that's good. Well, there's no point in 11. It's going. There's nothing positive about this slope. I don't know what you're quoting. Yeah, it's possible. So there's 4.8 million shares available to be loaned out in a short position, I think is what that is telling you. Yeah, but I'm out of the market right now. I need this thing to run its course. Because then I need a good buy-in point for the rebound. You'll just have to ride out the downward swing. The Dow's already recovering a little bit, I think. Yeah, but that is one hefty dead kitty right there. Another dead kitty. Bounce, bounce, bounce. So that's the catching falling knives. You're just, oh, I'll catch the bounce. Nope, stab. Nope, stab. Yeah. And GME is still holding. I don't know how. Apparently the lockdown doesn't matter when your stores don't have any customers. Excellent. Okay, the Dow's rebounding, the Nasdaq's rebounding. But I mean, look at the Nasdaq. Like, oh, sweet lord. Okay, so that might be the worst of it. Might be over. Maybe. Let's see. Let's see how we react to the positivity in the market. Light volume. Well done. Yeah. Well, I've been out for pretty much the whole day. I got out somewhere around here to dodge this, and then I'm like, I missed out on this, but I didn't feel it, and here we are. And I still don't feel it. There's nothing very positive about this. So I think we're going to roll. We'll see. Sliced lemons on the acid eats through your screen. It was worth it. The money I make a day, I can just buy. I can buy a laptop every day if I wanted to. Just a new laptop every day. Throw it out at the end of the day. That silicone's worn out. Chuck out the window. By the end of the week, there's 7 laptops in the snow. I like that new cancerous PCB smell. Ooh, Howard's got it. Yeah, make lemon glasses. So no matter where you go, it's nothing but lemons. Yeah, yeah. That's it. The citrus will increase vision, not medical advice. Ooh, what if you perform open heart surgery on yourself and then change your heart to a lemon? Then you will pump lemon through your system. That is, you're pure lemon. You become lemon. BRB surgery. BRB not going so well. Update Instagram. Take a couple selfies. Cut an aorta. Uh, might die later. Feeling cute. They were just talking about we use lemons to try to manipulate the market. So I was giving non-medical advice. No, it doesn't come from my palms. Plot twist. Oh, your superpower's the worst. Yeah, just look away, guys. I'll get out the lemon juice. Yeah, or yeah, it will clean the wound And then you have little asterisks, survivability not guaranteed, not financial or medical advice. Please consult a grave digger before performing surgery on yourself. If you have an open heart surgery lasting more than 4 hours, you're probably dead. Yeah, it'd be a great medical commercial. I haven't seen a medical commercial in probably months to a year since I don't watch any normal TV. So all those ads like CNN, the only people that watch CNN and major news are like 50-year-olds now. So it's just all medical and bladder control and just it's nothing but crazy ads for really ridiculous stuff. Yeah. I miss the good old days when they were selling cars and I don't know what other cool stuff, tobacco and alcohol, and it was drink, smoke, and shoot everyone. Yeah, yeah, your arm will grow back. Yeah, when you get the medication right, it's night and day difference. Unfortunately, it's a crapshoot. They take the U.S. Navy approach where it's just uh, throw Tylenol at the problem and see what sticks. Or if you've ever watched Scrubs, how much Tylenol am I supposed to give her? Reach into a bucket, throw the Tylenol at the lady. Whatever sticks, that's the correct dosage. Yeah, because those kinds of medication, they tell you not to take more than six. You could take 30, as long as you don't chronically do it. So there's no overdosing. Just throw them at them. Yeah. Yeah, Scrubs is great. Yeah. Rowdy the dog, now that we remember its name. I'll go get Rowdy. Look away, Rowdy. They're getting too frisky on the couch. Gotta turn the stuffed dog away. Yeah, we're just trucking along here. Watching paint dry again. Don't know. It looks like we're reacting to the news of Paris going into lockdown. There was a huge upswing of volume, and the markets all went red. But the markets are slightly recovering, other than the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq's pretty toast. The Dow's starting to recover. So I don't know what's going on for us. Yeah, pretty much. Um, as soon as the lockdown got announced, yeah, it just basically blood redded the market. The Nasdaq was doing bad all day, and then it just kind of compounded it. The Dow's at negative 0.2. I think the lowest it went was 0.10. I'm not sure. I haven't seen it in a minute. But yeah, you haven't missed much. Oh, GME is under 200. So GME might start plummeting now, and we might go with it. Now, 201. 200 is GME's kind of tipping point. Ours is around 1290 or so. Or 1290, sorry, 1390. We got pretty close, but not enough to sink us. Eh, well, you're still basing your fact on more than most people. I don't know why we're getting this sudden upswing. Did Paris just come out of nowhere and say psych? We're just joking. We wanted to shock the market so we could buy our favorite stocks at a lower price. I mean, this is pretty good volume recovery here, but it seems a little too happy. Markets are going up a little bit, but not a lot. GME is right on the edge of sinking into the sea. So why would you be buying? Oh, right, discount. It's just a discount. Oh, it's 2 minutes to the start of power hour. That might be it. People were just trying to get in to capture power hour, but ours doesn't really start till the last 30. Yeah, you technically have a U shape here, or a chalice is right here. You got a square stem, like a wine glass, and then you got a sort of got a W here, but this is all just so garbagey that it's not. So this W though, this is the shoulders. So see, it's making a decision. Yeah, and then this is the cup, and there's the stick. So right here, it had to make a decision, and it decided to go down, creating the stupid W. But that's really micro. Not worth the W is kind of worth it because then you know it's gonna if it started to go up, it would probably go up to here. But I don't trust the volatility right now. I don't think the patterns are gonna hold. You just need one scary scare and off you go. Yeah, the Nasdaq was almost at -3. Uh, so where are we now? We're coming back a little bit, but not enough. Just a bounce before the crash, basically. Yeah, like we're the only ones not red. Yeah. These two are pretty much the same, but the Dow and the Nasdaq are two different beasts. So, but the Nasdaq is not having it now. Oof. So they tried to crash, and they got held up at 199. Yeah, that's why we didn't see the crash. There, I'll set up an alert. There we go. Yeah, so basically, if it gets under this guy here, then we're expecting it to free fall. Or I am expecting it to free fall. Oh, we might get it now. Maybe. Yep. And if GME goes into free fall, then we're sure as shit gonna go as well. So for us, I think we're right near our bottom. Yeah. So our bottom's right here. That's when we gotta worry, which is whatever the number this is, 1387. So that's when you should worry a little. But we've bounced off of it a bunch, so not too bad. But crude oil, yeah, crude oil would drop because they're fearing a second wave of lockdowns, right? Or third wave of lockdowns. So no one's going to be driving. So oil futures would drop considerably. Yes, that's quite correct. I think we might have nailed what is going on. So this is an oil company. Let's take a look at it. So it's spiked up on good news. That's when I should have bought. And it should be, no. Yeah, that would have been a good buy. How many percents would I have made? Ow, that was loud. Holy Christ. I would have made a gazillion percent. Well, I shouldn't have slept on that one. My bad. Okay. We're going with it. 1 minute, 1 day, scroll. All right. Let's see. Oh, it just touched the line, didn't go through it. Ah, that was really loud too. It went through my headphones. So close, but no cigar. Come on, GME. Sink, 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 sink. Oh yeah, you are past the line. It's right here. Yeah, sink, sink, sink. You can do it. Anchor time. I'll even draw you a pool of water that you can go into. And look, there's a lemon wedge. It's a refreshing beverage that needs a straw. There. Yeah, well, GME has been flirting with a crash. It needs to get it over with. It's just like flirting with it, and it just go and die so that we can get out of getting pulled down. Because we're starting to flirt with our crash line. So it's like, just do it, get it done, and then we can have a day of happiness. But every time it goes to crash, it's like, support, really good, support. It's like these buggers. This, it tried to die earlier. Nope. So it's interesting. Actually, I think that was yesterday. So yesterday, it was the same thing, and then it finally broke and died. And then this is today. and it started off strong, died. But yeah, that was yesterday. It just refused to go down, and then eventually it did. Yeah. And same thing here. It's people are buying the dip, but it's definitely going down. Yeah. How are we doing? We're not looking good. All you need is a little bit more on that red and Rip Van Winkle. I'm going to put that here. Yeah, that's better. See ya, Emil. At least the MG42 is not going off above my head today. So it's rolling, rolled, didn't recover. All right, let's see this all come together. Yeah, if it's really, really negative, I would stay out. It all depends if we flatten out before the after hours. It's there's all that talk about the options and all that. So they're expecting positivity. So NASDAQ is toast. That's a dead cat. And then this will go red. This might be okay. And the S&P is not doing so good either. All right, just have to wait this out. I guess maybe I could help this along as well. It feels odd trying to sync AMC, but well, I want to get this crash over with, so I'm trying to. We gotta sync. That's our syncing line. Because at least if we crash, then the riskiness of buying in is over, so I can actually get in the market. But right now, it's like we could go for a 3% dive, or we might start recovering to about here, less than a 0.5%, and then go for the 3% dive. So it's hard to tell. So GME is below their critical line, but they're doing a good job at supporting its fall. But it has lost how much? 5% already. And then it lost another 2%. No, 1.1. So 1%. So they're already down 5% since the news kind of broke. And they really should have crashed here or here, but they just keep delaying the inevitable. So they're going to get a big red soon. As soon as they figure this out. Yeah, that's a lemon wedge, and this can be whatever you want it to be. Just got to let this run its course. And what's MO? So there's the negativity that was overdue, but are we going to get through the line? Yeah, they're still delaying. Yeah, nobody knows what ammo is. Weird acronym. Yeah, it's a snack. A little snack. Snack on a stick. And it's kind of like a kitty cat. Kitty, kitty. Okay. Yeah, I was kind of thinking it might have been a symbol, but you know, I don't know the company, so. So it's still floating. Still waiting. Jesus. So again, they're trending downwards. They should crash, and then like cash injection. Like, where is this coming from? You can see it's dying, it's dying, it's dying, it's dying, and then they just like retard strength it up. Ugh. Well, that's gonna make us go up. The market's still not getting better. No, if anything, it's moving quicker in the wrong direction. So if the Dow's down, we're down. So I think we're about to drop. Maybe. Yeah, we only got about 40 minutes left in the day. Oh, we broke the line. And with volume. Yikes. Is it going to push back? If it doesn't push back, then it's just going to... it looks like it might push back. I don't want to miss it. Okay. It hasn't reacted yet. What about the Dow? The Dow's actually green. This should exceed this and then go for a run. Yep. Okay, so the stop line is, I don't know. Hold on. Where's the stop line? Oh, here it is. So we will stop about here. Okay, so yeah, we still got room. So that's our free fall to about 1358, give or take. GME doing fine. Dow, nah, no, nope. So that's just us. So when does it expire? Today or tomorrow? You might be good for tomorrow. But yeah, I would have cashed in. Probably would have cashed in here. Just because this is dangerous. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's how it is. This poor Stegosaurus is pooping blood. Gonna have to get that checked out. Yay. Yeah. My timing is usually off. But my spidey senses are pretty good. As repeatedly shown in this stream. Yeah, it was really, really hard not to buy in here. But then as soon as I started to see kind of this indecision, it was like, fuck. And then you could tell by the sharpness that we weren't done. And then here it's like, okay, maybe. But I'm like, there's no clear indication that we're out of the woods and we're getting too close to the bottom. So, yeah. But I got out here, actually right here, before this because I was like, fuck this. It's going to go. And I expected it to go kind of further down, but, we delayed it. I should have bought here, though, but we're so close that if we rolled, that would have happened here. And I didn't want to get screwed. So, anyways, it's all about being defensive. So. Hey, welcome back, Cedar. Yeah, we had a rocket malfunction. Paris decided to go into lockdown, so we're just getting a refuel. Yeah, the Nasdaq, they're definitely not doing so well. Their rocket ship is SpaceXing. Just poof, it tipped over. Yeah, that one has a kitty. That one has a snack, a sneaky snack. And GME is still defying gravity. Oh, you buggers. If you want to catch a giant knife in the hand, I would not touch this. Although power hour's just around the corner, so it could be if you want to do a quick in and out. Nope. GME is just climbing. And we're doing the classic bounce. And come on. The Dow's gotten worse. It's now much worse than it was. Well, previously it was at 10. Now it's, sorry, 0.10, and now it's 0.25. So we're going. There's no hope. Abandon all ye hopes. Here's our Titanic life ring. And there's our ship. No, I think you're okay. We'll bounce back from this. You're just basically losing today's gains, that's all. I don't think it will go too much further after this line, because then it starts to go into a very positive day, which is all this over here. So we're gonna hit this. We might go as low as 1332, but then it has to contend with this. So I doubt we're gonna plummet into oblivion. If we do get into this territory, I would sell. Like if we get to 1338, there's something very wrong, and it's just gonna go. So you don't want to be in when it decides to get past 12, because our next stop is 11. But I think we'll see support around this black line, around it somewhere. Yeah. But the Dow is now gone 0.3. So we're going to want to see the Dow recover. But it finished its dead cat. And now we're going into a second plummet. GME is finally going red. Fucking finally. Nasdaq did a dead cat roll, I guess. Thump. Uh, not really a bounce, just a roll. Uh, Sneaky snake. So the U.S. economy is still good. Gold is becoming more valuable, but it's been on a tear since early. But doesn't look like it's that impressive. So this is probably just short-term fear. Yeah. Yeah. So you could do a buy-in here. Yeah, you'd be really playing it tight if you bought here. A sudden 1 second of recovery, and then watch it turn red. No? Alright, maybe I'll get in just for the 1530 and then sell right afterwards. Yeah, I'll get in with half my money. Just do a quick in and out. Alright, buy 2,000 shares. Yes, I don't care. Okay. Let's take a look. Looking good, looking good. Looking stupid. Alright. Let's see if this is green. Because that's a resistance point right here. Should see some red. If we see green, okay. I'm in. And I'll ride it from here to here if that's where we're going. Oh, you bastards. The second I buy, you bastards. I hate you all. My timing's horrible, but let's hope this gets destroyed. Good. That I can go up to about here. Yeah, so there's the power hour money, which should be going in right now. Hopefully there'll be some FOMO. This will drive this up, and once we clear this black line, then we can kind of slingshot and get a bit of a run going. Come on, get some height. Yeah, well, it's more our power 30 minutes because we don't do the whole hour. Okay, I'm up $10. Big money. Let's do this. Okay. They're looking okay, but the Dow's not looking good. That red is too big. Come on. Okay, I'm up $60. $80. It's going up. Okay. I think that life raft did its work. Sweet. Making the dollars here. How we doing? We're still okay. Still okay. Whew. Dicey. So I'll set a sell at 1386. Or the equivalency. This might be our final height. The Dow's starting to go. They're all starting to go. All right, I'm gonna bail and get my dollars, my $140. Okay, I'll just double check. They're not gonna go green. No, no, and no. Selling. Okay, I'm out. I don't know how much I made there, but I made uh, uh, nothing. Oh, I'm not muted. I'm just watching this, if anyone's thinking that. So it looks like we are just defying the Dow. I could have stayed in, but this is, what is it? Bucking the average, I guess. So gravity will catch up to us. Yeah. Yeah, I got out kind of here, and you could see that coming. But that doesn't translate directly into AMC. Yeah. Hold on. So it's the new Nike check mark. Just do it. And that's just their new half-assed check mark. Yeah. So it's starting to curve. So it had good strength, and then it lost it. And so we basically, if we had good strength, we would have went like this, but we're starting to lose it, so we're doing this. And if we continue to lose it, we'll do this. But this means we probably don't have the speed to break through this line. So then we're going to probably do this. And then eventually we'll collapse. Or collapse. Because we're not getting any help from the market. GME is still somehow mythically defying gravity. God. But it's back on its crash line. So it just needs one good push. And get under. So this should turn red with this kind of volume. Yeah. So this could be a bounce, basically. And because it's the time of day, the bounce is more pronounced. But once gravity kicks in, it'll do this or this. Because this is all just fake, if you will. So if we're here and it, we should be somewhere down here now. So we'll see. I don't know. From what it looks like with the remaining time left, then yeah, we got 10 minutes left. Or yeah, we have 10, 20 minutes left. And if we stay at this point, we might roll in the aftermarkets, yeah. Because what you'd want to see is this in the aftermarkets. So you'd want this to plummet and then go into a U shape like that, leading into the end of day. This isn't bad. Being positive is good, but if it's part of a roll and you stop here, then you're going to start the aftermarket, which is a thinly traded in the negatives, and then it's going to start gapping down, making it look more extreme. So you kind of want to be here, the start of a climb, or the flat part of a U, and then you got a little bit more of a chance that it'll go up because it's discount, right? But we're in the process of a curve, so it's yeah. Now if it goes like this, then we might have a retraction just because we've gone up so high. But this is a bounce from this, so I don't know. It's hard to tell. think if we got more height, I'd be comfortable in staying in, but I don't think we're going to get it. We're still in a fall, so France going into lockdown is pretty severe because then if France goes into lockdown, the UK could go into lockdown, and basically then you could go into a total financial lockdown again. That would be, oh no, that kind of news would reverberate for ages. You know, the price of the stock market includes where you think it's going to go. So our company needs people. So if there's no people, our price has to adjust. And that's what you're seeing, right? Yeah. You think? I don't know. I mean, it explains what I'm seeing because that's the announcement. And this is the people that probably already knew. Yes, but it's the fear. It's the indication that London goes, Germany goes, right? So once one of them pulls the plug, like my city pulled the plug yesterday, we have a town nearby that's now 67% the new variants. And so we're waiting to see, what's going on. I mean, they could all be taking short positions, but if they're taking short positions, it means they expect future negativity, which means the news, they don't just randomly decide to short something. It's leading into something, right? So if you start shorting here, it's because you know something and you're betting on it going down. Um, so yeah, it is possible they are shorting, but that doesn't change it just amplifies the negativity, but it doesn't change the fact that we're going negative. Yeah, yeah. Anyways, that's just my thought. And of course, if people get spooked, like US citizens get spooked, then all of a sudden they pull their money out because they think the whole stock market's going to explode, which it won't. There's a lot of like the Dow is lost now. Like it's clearly people are withdrawing money. Like that's not just that's not just short sellers. That's it's going and it's going fast. Damn. Now, if it isn't really important news, like who cares about France, it'll be over by tomorrow. So the news kicked us off on a negative trend, but we'll rebound tomorrow. But if this is the start of something bigger, then it's going to be a bit of a drop. Oof, that is sharp. Yeah. And I got like 15 minutes, not even. Yeah, 15 minutes to figure this out. Do I stay or do I go? Yeah, definitely Lambos tomorrow. After today's performance, yeah. I mean, this isn't too bad. we basically just went here. So this is all paid for now. It's going to be hard tomorrow to start off tomorrow and then push into this territory. And if this news was really negative, it would have just murdered us, right? Like, but this isn't that bad. We're not plummeting. We haven't even gone red. So, maybe we'll survive. You know, like we're not taking a 10% or 30% loss, right? Because you got to remember that all of this gains, right, could be wiped out in a minute with really bad news because this is all just hype. So, yeah, we're still doing pretty good. Yeah, 11 would be where we'd go in a major crash. So maybe it is worth staying in overnight. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it was just a really crappy day and the news just made it worse. Because who the hell cares about the Dow? Like we can uh we can beat the Dow any day of the week. Yeah, that's just not like when you look at the 5 day, that's evidently red flags galore. Like, you know, let's look at the 1 month. So it's not the biggest crash we've ever had. It's not huge, but it's evidently something, right? And I would like to see a bottom to this, but there's no bottom. It's just going. And GME is definitely. Yeah. And then we could drop to 13. Yeah, but then there's not much. Once you get to here, then there's this. And you're looking at like a couple of supports. And then it's right down to here. Back to 11. But then you only really lose a week. That's not bad. We got nice organic growth right here, so it's not like we're gonna crash. It's just this leaves us a little weak, and this leaves us a little weak. But you saw that we suddenly dropped down because of this weakness. Yeah. Okay, we got 10 minutes left on the clock. Okay. Wow. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's 35K. That's a lot out of nowhere. Really? Yeah, that's what I thought. Come on, sell it off. Oh yeah, the witching day, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot of positivity. Holy crap. Oh, this is so silly. But it doesn't matter. There's free money to be had. Yeah. Oh, they might be trying to push it up to 14. I'll take that gamble. Yeah, I just got in. Let's see if they pushed to 14. I should have thought of that. Yeah, I only got in with half my money. Um, just in case I have to dollar cost average tomorrow to get out. But that's a nice 2% I could have got, or even more if I stayed in here. But yeah, safety says, fuck it. The markets are nasty. I still have no freaking idea how GME is not gone. It's like defies death. I think my place just got hit by an earthquake. Neat. It wasn't that extreme, but we shook. There was one a while ago, but not yet. Interesting. All right, 5 minutes. The States has had a few earthquakes. Okay, well, apparently I haven't had an earthquake. It was just a big heavy truck, I guess. Neat. Yeah, I think $14 close is a good call. That's what my money's on. Basically, no one bought today. Look at how the volume just comes out of nowhere. Yeah, they're clearly just waiting for a buy point that, excuse me, never came. Well, at least we ended the day on a high note, even though I made like no money today. Sad pandas. The market closes in 2 minutes. Yeah, if I sold right now, I think I would break even today. Yeah. And doing a good job at holding it. Maybe I should just skip the whole day and just start trading at end of day. Just buy in at any price at uh, 15, 20. Well, people are selling off and then the buyers are bringing it back up. Oh, dying. Now the question is to see how strong the sellers are. But you can see the volume just ramped right off. Yeah, I caught like the last percent of this climb. Yeah, or last 60 seconds. If there's any push, it's going to be down. Yeah, 30 seconds. Twenty seconds. 10. And we're done. All right, let's take a look before we shut this down. That was a wild close. We're doing 3%. So the Dow stayed dead, S&P dead, NASDAQ dead, GME somehow still managed to find 3,000 shares. Holy crap. Roblox tanked right near the end. Oh, they're down to IPO prices now. If I'm reading this right. Yes, they are. Haha, I knew it. Suck it. I knew this stock would crash. All right. So that's good, and that might become a buy soon. Excellent. Tech unicorns aren't going to survive if we go into another pandemic. It's like, oh, yay, you got a cool product, but, it just doesn't work when people don't have disposable income because they're all hobos and whatever. Okay, so I think we're good. Let's look at the aftermarket. Okay, we're already up a little bit. That's good. Oh yeah, I'm gonna buy into Roblox when it's more like a $20-30 share. Yeah. No, it's going up. So that's good. Oh, it's going up fast. Excellent. So I stayed in overnight. Um, so I did half my money though. Exactly. That was my gamble. Is that everyone, regardless if it's good or bad or who gives a fuck, if the demand is there, it's supply and demand, right? Yeah, I'm in overnight. Yeah. As much as we have a lot of down, the Dow is off, right? Like, so the negativity of the Dow is done. Um, the companies that make up the Dow, we could go look at their after hours, but for the most part, major trading's done for the day. And Europe is opening up. Russell is what? Spain? Chicago. Oh, Russell is the mercantile exchange. Yeah. So it's delayed probably by 15 minutes. Yeah. So it's still open. Okay. What country's stock market would be open right now? Would be Asia? No. No, I guess nobody's open right now. We could only look to the Forex maybe. Yeah, the bond just jumped. European USD, Bitcoin was down. The FTSE was closed. So we'll see these tomorrow or later today. No, tomorrow. Or really late today, actually. Yes, closer to midnight. These 5 hours. No, it'd have to be 2, 3 in the morning for these to open. Nikki would open in 8 p.m. or so tonight. Because that's Japan, right? Yeah, Osaka. Yeah, so they're going to open up at 9:30 or whatever. I don't know when they open. They close at 3:15. What a weird fucking time. Neat. Okay. Asia will open in 4 hours. Which market opens in 4 hours? They open at 8 a.m.? Not 9:30? It's just estimating the close. Okay. All right. Well, anyways, so I think that really covers us. Basically, yeah, the Treasury and then the follow up with the pandemic news was enough. Yeah, inflation, whatever, oil, then the bonds. Yeah. So everyone's asking the same question. What the hell's going on? But yeah, I think we're good. We didn't crash as much as I thought we would, but we played it safe just in case we did. All right. So I guess that covers us for today. So if you do want to stare at charts longer, then do check out the Asian markets because they'll show the impact of today. And if they don't show any impact, then we're golden, and tomorrow will be okay. As is, we're showing some strength in the after hours, so that's good. Yeah. Well, I lost. I think I'm now down $200, but I lost $1,000 at one point. But yeah, you're trying to catch falling knives, right? So it's all good. All right. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Another day, another dollar.